Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Hey everybody, happy Monday to you. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay, and I am your host today. Welcome everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. It is Monday. We are live every Monday and Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are also live Wednesday evenings now for Wonderful Wednesdays at 7 p.m. So welcome in. Thank you all the moderators that came in today. We have a lot to go over, so we're going to kind of get right into it, so to speak. But I do want to touch on last night's live. Justin on TikTok, and don't get it confused because he was on YouTube, not TikTok, last night, had Seth's new PR guy. And we went over this guy the other day, and we all kind of, watched that first interview on the Pascal show, right? And we were like kind of confused, right? We were like, what's this guy all about? So I was excited that Justin on TikTok was actually going to have him on. So I thought this is our opportunity to hear this guy out and, see what he's all about before we bring it all in, right? Because we already heard about his past and all this, which isn't a good look. So I tuned in last night and we watched it in Discord. I shared a lot of my feelings in Discord last night, but I actually was really disappointed that there were people in that live saying, who's Caleb Harris? And Caleb Harris's spokesman was on panel. I found that to be a little weird, to be honest. Daphne, I saw your comments and I was agreeing with you so much. I also was timed out several times, but I was respectful. I wasn't snotty. I promise. I know I can be snotty, but I got timed out for asking, what is the next step in finding Sebastian? What is your next step, sir? Shantizzle, you saw me on TV last night. That's awesome. Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, I got timed out, dude. I was like, wow. And then when the guy had the opportunity to answer questions, he chose the most negative one he could find and addressed it. Now, I'm not a PR person, but I worked in sales for 15 years. And I can tell you right now, That is not good PR work. Gigi, thank you. Thank you for being here. Ember. I mean, for real, like I was just asking legit questions and I was getting timed out. And I was really disappointed in that because why time me out for that? Why didn't this guy come out the gate saying, hello, my name is Tony Mathis. I represent Caleb Harris. Let me tell you a little bit about Caleb. Caleb was a student at XYZ University. He was out walking his dog. He let his dog back in. No one heard that, right? The story of Caleb. And there were people in chat going, who's Caleb Harris? I was like, oh my God, this is awful. That's my thoughts on it. I don't see any reason to replay that mess because it was nothing but a big clown show. And I think that if this guy was good PR, he would have represented his clients a little bit better, in my opinion. So, not much we can do about it other than keep it moving and keep Sebastian's name out there. Beauty skincare. I saw you as well, and I agreed with you. So, yeah, the PR person was sat up in a hotel in North Dakota last night. He was sat up in a hotel in North Dakota selling cranes. He verified he doesn't know Chris Proudfoot, but he's in North Dakota. He's never been to Tennessee. And we don't know if there are any plans on him going to Tennessee because he didn't fucking tell us anything. Hey, One Shot, I saw you in chat too. I'm sorry I didn't get to say hi to you. I was timed out. I don't know why they would. I mean, did Justin from TikTok have an agreement with this clown? That's what I don't know. Exactly, Cheryl T. When you're in sales, you have to know your customer. That man clearly did not know his customer last night, so to speak. Yes, I'm Clearwater, Florida. And no, I'm not into Scientology. WSMV. Hold on. Lisa Mills. Lisa Mills has some news. We're going to check this out. Oh, he's coming for the vigil? Oh, that's right. Justin has his birthday. He's going out. WSMV News said there were no credible leads from Sebastian's photo. Are we shocked? Let me look at it, though. WSMV. Let's check that out before we get into today's video. It says pants unrelated. I don't see anything. Oh, fact check. Fact check. Thank you so much, Lisa Mills. Lisa Mills. Nashville, Tennessee, published May 6th at 12:17 p.m., 3 hours ago. Since Sebastian Rogers' disappearance, the sheriff's office has looked into items found during the search, including glasses and pants that turned out not to be Rogers. Now they've looked into a picture of a young boy that somewhat resembles Rogers in North Carolina that's been circulating on social media. The sheriff's office confirmed to WSMV4 that they've looked into and reached out to North Carolina authorities about the picture. Nothing credible has been found from their inquiries. And last week, the sheriff's department said there were no new updates. There you go. Yet, that clown last night sat there and said, oh, I'm going to believe it's him. It's so irresponsible. Thank you so much, Lisa Mills. It is confirmed through Sumner County Sheriff. And I know a lot of you don't trust the sheriff and you don't trust the TBI. I trust them more than I trust this dude, Tony. And I don't care what he thinks. He didn't answer any questions last night. He didn't school me on Caleb. And where's your track history, dude? Caleb's still missing. And it's the weirdest case on earth besides Summer Wells. So show me where this guy is enticing to have on your team. He's not even likable. He's not even likable. Moving on. I'm asking y'all to hear me out today on this Monday. And if you haven't hit that like button, hit it now. Hit it right meow. And if you weren't in movie night last night in Discord, I missed you as well. We watched Back to School with Rodney Dangerfield, and it was tons of fun. So we're going to walk through this video last night. Or not last night. We're going to walk through this video that I put out this morning and talk about it. And then we're going to watch Nancy Grace again because it's so telling.
There has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot, at least Katie Proudfoot, were in the same room with TBI and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too. And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out of the neighborhood.
I think somebody was dipping out of the neighborhood, but I don't think it was trash. So I'm going to tell you what I think about this right now. Okay. This video was done on shit. I thought I wrote down the date. It was around middle of March. Okay. So like roughly a month ago is what it said. So what I'm picking up here, and I am not, and I want to make this abundantly clear, coming at Seth in any way, shape, or form. I think he's doing what he needs to do, and I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say any more about it. I think he's doing what he needs to do. Do I think Tony's a joke? Yeah, but I don't know what they've got planned. But I'm going to say that I now believe that Seth Rogers is doing what he needs to do. And what I mean by that is that maybe what he says in some interviews may not be the truth because Flung and Slung over there are watching.
I mean, I'm sure there was stuff slung and slung.
You get what I'm saying? If Flung and Slung are over here watching and he's giving out real facts, there might be a problem. But if he's giving certain things out in a certain way, it might get a reaction one way or the other. Okay. So what I picked up in this first part was he said, I saw the trash truck at night. So if the trash truck was driving by and we saw headlights, and then he turns around and he says, they showed me that same video during the day. Well, you're not going to get the same video during the day as you are at night with a trash truck. Does that make sense to y'all? Let me know. Let's keep going.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Beres put out here. Now, and you're...
Okay, so if you saw Seth smile like that, okay, so now, do you remember Seth did an interview on March 11th with Nick Beres? Okay, and I have that video right here, and we're going to watch that. And then this video, my bad, was 3/29. So this was March 29th. And Seth has already talked to Nick Beres. But after this, Nick Beres leaked the video. So Seth is about to say that he did it for clickbait and he won't answer his calls. So what I'm thinking is, remember, who's the one that talks about clickbait all the time? It's not Seth. Seth doesn't talk about YouTubers being clickbait. Proudfoot does, and he calls us clickers. So I don't think that Seth thought that was clickbaited. Okay? I don't think that he thought that. I think Chris Proudfoot was avoiding Nick Beres, because remember, he would not interview. He talked to him, he set it up, and then he just ghosted Nick Beres. So I think Seth is kind of playing the side of, yeah, Nick Beres is kind of a dick. Like, he clickbaited that type thing. This is my opinion only. My opinion only. We're going to get to the lights. So just hear me out in this entire interview, okay? Or this entire live.
Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, in the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So okay, so it was a cropped segment, or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I mean, I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about Katie Proudfoot's knowledge in security cameras. After all, she's an installation technician, by her own words. But the cameras froze up at 3:11 for 15 minutes. On the night that Sebastian Rogers disappeared, the camera footage froze up for 15 minutes. Interesting.
Okay. So
broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3:00 was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again, this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean.
I see. Okay. So then, okay.
He wanted people to log in to follow. And
Right.
if he's watching this, now he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can see.
I mean, I bless him, but he doesn't do a good job of being mad. I have a feeling that this dude, it takes a lot to get him mad. And he's trying really hard to sound mad. But I do think that Nick Beres knows what's up. I think Seth knows what's up. And this is all for Flung and Slung over there benefit.
I can understand getting upset about that, for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But, I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black?
Okay, hold on. There's so much info in this about these lights. This is before we saw the full frame. At this point, we had only seen subject 1 and subject 2. We had only seen subject 1 and subject 2, the little dots. Flung and slung are Chris and Katie. They're flung and slung.
I mean, I'm sure there was stuff slung and slung.
So we've since gotten the original video, which we've watched several times here on my channel. So keep listening.
Or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road.
And
So
that-
it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it. Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned it on and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, what? They took the video.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
This is the ruckus video. Yes, Lorraine. This is the ruckus video. This is the ruckus video that he is going into pretty great detail about. So he says that they showed it to him in the dark and they showed it to him in the light, and they also showed him markings. Now, mind you, though, he watched this with the TBI and Katie, and this is what Chris Proudfoot was so upset about. You were in there with agents and the fucking DA. Remember? He was mad. He was mad. I don't think he's gullible at all, y'all. You're not giving him enough credit. Let's keep listening. You're not going to see the garbage truck the next day in the light, is what I'm telling you. You can't see a garbage truck that's there at 3 a.m. or 5 a.m. or whatever, and then see it the next day. That's not what they're looking at, y'all. That's the red herring. That's what Chris thinks it is. He thinks everybody's convinced it's a freaking garbage truck. Trust me, you guys, they are not flashlights. We wish they were. They're not.
From the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were, so that I had no doubt in my mind.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
They're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in that neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Which we went over, right? When we watched the ruckus video, we went over it. And we saw that it does show all of their vehicles in their boat. But remember when the one light goes out of frame? That's where their camera angle ends, looking towards their home. Now, he's being shown markings at night and during the day. It's not going to be a garbage truck. He's not a liar, guys. He's trying to get to the bottom of this. I see this in a completely different light after hearing this. I never heard this before, or I did and I didn't pay attention. He isn't saying it's a garbage truck. Exactly. You have to listen in between. Don't take it at face value. You have to listen to what they're saying in between the lines. All right? So let's keep listening.
Now, you went there, you checked out this video, the full scope of this video. What we saw as regular people, okay, the people that are very passionate and really caring and that care about finding Sebastian, the footage that we saw was a cropped video up in the top right-hand corner of this very big, a much bigger picture.
Yes,
So
sir.
you saw day and night. What else was being said or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
Now listen to this. This is interesting too.
I had requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
Was Chris Proudfoot there
No.
in the footage?
No. Chris was in Memphis.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis. Okay.
Okay, now I'm going to replay this part. Watch his face when he says, because usually when Pascal says, so Chris was in Memphis, correct? And Seth will reply and say, yes, welcome, Amy. Seth will reply and say, yes, or correct. Yes, you're right. This question, he doesn't. And it's all about patterns, folks. It's all about tactics and waiting on cell records to come back. They can take months. Crafting with Amy, thank you so much for your generous super sticker. You just got your spot on the wheel of Friday, and it looks like we're getting close to being able to spin it. Once we reach those goals, we will spin it on Friday.
But when you saw them leaving, were they with anybody? Were they alone? Just the two of them going?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside
No.
Texas Roadhouse? No.
They just, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current. It's not up to date.
It's not current and it's not up to date. Why is the footage from the Roadhouse not current and up to date? Who did it come from? Because you remember Katie Proudfoot put out a picture of Sebastian and her at a restaurant doing a selfie, and it turned out it was old. Is the footage that he was shown, did it come from Katie or did it come from TBI? Why is it not current and not up to date if it was the day he was last seen? How much more current and up to date are we going to have with him missing, right? Thank you so much, Cheryl MacDonald.
McNo.
Letitia, I agree with you. I don't think it's a scam. It came from the police. I just wonder why you would say it's old and outdated. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, polys are basically used as an interrogation tactic. We have a birthday in the house. Do we have any other birthdays? We have 1,300 people in here. Fragile, it is Fragile's birthday. And here at Jays for Justice, we celebrate birthdays because birthdays are important and people disregard their birthdays way too much. So we celebrate them. Happy birthday, Fragile.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
Happiest of birthdays. And maybe I am looking into that. I'm reading your comments, and maybe he means because it's not today. It's not here. He's not in front of me. You're probably right. And somebody said something about me in Justin's live last night. They said, oh, Jay is for Justice is here. Let's film something with a flip phone and let her analyze it. But you know what? That person didn't get timed out. That comment was able to fly right up in his chat. I got no respect for that. Like Rodney Dangerfield, I don't get no respect. It's bullshit. But thank you so much. Like, fuck you very much. I won't go in your chat again. All right, let's keep going. You guys corrected me on this one. You are correct.
Mm-hmm.
But it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother. Was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was
No.
last seen in? Okay. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie?
The last clothes he was seen in, he was not wearing. He was not wearing in the video. Oh, they were being a smartass because they say that I've overanalyzed everything.
Between you and Katie after seeing this footage?
Look at these two empty souls. Look at these two empty souls, guys.
No.
When was the last time you spoke with Katie before TBI? Before the TBI meeting?
Thank you, SL.
It's been a couple weeks.
Okay, so did you hear that? Before they met the TBI, on that day, the end of March, they hadn't spoke in 2 weeks. Thank you so much, SL and Pink Warrior and Cheryl. Thank you so much, guys. Oh, they look like empty souls. Hey, Clover, thank you so much. You know how when people do something really bad to somebody and they lose their blank? That's what I see.
Before the TBI meeting?
I don't see that in Seth Rogers. I don't see that in Seth Rogers at all.
It's been a couple weeks. Chris went with me for one night to go check
Searching.
out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that, no. They say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so everything that we've seen, I'm not laughing. I'm laughing because he's trying so hard, guys. And I don't want to go any harder on him. I gave him some hell. I did. I gave him some hell. But I see this so different. It's like a light bulb turned on for me. And I've gone from being a little sus of him. Not that I thought he did anything, but I don't think he's doing anything sinister. I don't think he's involved in any way, shape, or form with Chris Proudfoot. I think Chris Proudfoot is putting an obstacle in front of this man every time he turns around. I think there's an obstacle in front of him every time he turns around. And you know what? Bless him for holding it together like he has, to be honest. Because all I've seen from, especially after seeing Chris pranking people. Can you imagine what he's doing to Seth? If he's willing to go on YouTube and fuck around and say, oh, hey, it's Chris at the end. How's he fucking with Seth? Is it with fake pictures? Is it with fake pants? Is it with fake glasses? I feel like Chris Proudfoot is actually trying to torment this guy. And he may be trying to torment him to his breaking point behind the scenes. If this guy, I mean, like, it's like we say about Chris and Sebastian, right? If he's willing to tell us what he did to Sebastian, imagine what he did behind closed doors, right? So we see Chris's personality come out on YouTube. Imagine what he's doing to Seth or has done to Seth. Maybe Davy Jones. I mean, I think that's why I said I don't want to replay that interview. I want to see what Tony Mathis does because I have faith in Seth Rogers. He's the only one that has given us anything real. Let's keep watching.
It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
So him and Chris went chasing after leads that Chris got on Facebook that were 3 days old. And he rode in the truck with Chris. God knows what happened in the truck. What do you think happened in that truck when Seth was basically a prisoner in Chris Proudfoot's vehicle in the passenger side? I mean, imagine being in the passenger side of this dude's truck and he's got some fake lead from Facebook and he's taking this dude out here. Why? Why is he diverting Seth with old Facebook leads? Chris Proudfoot, I'm telling you, he's going to be wearing silver bracelets soon. I have faith. I do. Meg, we missed you last night.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so it's like, yeah, okay. And look at I'm back in March with this video that I put out today. I'm back in fucking March. I'm on March 6th. I'm like 2 months behind in life. But yeah, let's listen to that last part again. That is really important to me. I think so, in my opinion. Anyways, this is all my opinion. I have faith in this man, and I think he's doing what he needs to do.
In the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay.
So no red flags. I find that hard to believe because Chris Proudfoot is one big, huge red flag. Okay. One huge red flag in Chris Proudfoot. So, maybe this is why Mathis is there to make it so Seth doesn't have to talk to them anymore. Y'all. What if he's put there so he doesn't have to talk to Chris and Katie? Jesus. So he doesn't have to talk to Chris and Katie. Hang on, I gotta fix my chair. My chair just went weird. Let's watch that last part once more. Hang on.
Chris went with me for one night, to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that, no. They say they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Yeah, it was. It was awkward as fuck.
It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
What did I miss? What did I miss? You guys are like, go back, go back. What is it? What am I hearing? Has anybody seen any billboards that live in that area? I haven't heard. I don't know. Don't come in here gaslighting me today, guys. Not in the mood. Please don't come in here gaslighting me. I am listening to the own words of these interviews. I'm not making my shit up. I'm not playing shit with voice changers. This is their own words. And I don't know why anyone would have a problem with that. So let me know what you're hearing. Looked with him first day from a 3-day-old Facebook tip. I don't know when they went searching though. I don't think he said the first day. Let's listen again. I must have missed that. Let's listen to that part again. You've seen nothing in East Tennessee? There's supposed to be like blips.
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off.
He didn't say the first night because they couldn't search the first night. When LE was out there searching with their drones and everything else, they weren't allowed to search. So this was a different night. Chris probably fucked with him one night and said, "Oh, hey, I got this lead." And he probably got Seth in the truck and fucking threatened him or something. What? Fight me. Does that seem far off from a Chris Proudfoot, what would you call it, tactic to get Seth alone? Look at how he confronted him at the vigil, guys. Look at how he confronted him at the vigil. That was not a nice conversation. That was very confrontational. He was all up in Seth's personal space. And Chris Proudfoot gives himself away too. He says Sebastian was in people's personal space. No. That man, Chris Proudfoot, Seth's biggest cheerleader. He called him that himself, and he's being a smartass. I'm Seth's biggest cheerleader.
Fuck directly off.
No, you're not. I bet you he got poor Seth in that truck saying that there was a lead on Facebook and fucking threatened him. That he's not a nice dude. And that was in front of people. Exactly. So what I'm saying is we have to take what Chris Proudfoot does in front of people and says with no shame. Like, I gave him a whack over the clothes with a belt. Imagine what he really did behind closed doors.
For Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that, no. They say that.
Okay, so that tells me that Chris Proudfoot did, in fact, have an ulterior motive for taking him out there, because he said he took him out there for 3-day-old leads. He took him out there for 3-day-old leads and never, ever helped him again.
Did I ask you what somebody I don't even know thinks?
Look at Pascal. He's like, oh my God. They know what's going on, guys. So I'm hoping, the more that I think about this, I'm hoping that this Tony is not a shyster. But I really feel like Chris Proudfoot has been playing Seth for 2 months. And he can't tell it all yet. He can't. If you listen to him, yeah, Chris probably put the shit out there. You're probably right.
They're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
What was that like? How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't.
Everything's awkward with Chris Proudfoot.
It was not awkward. I was the passenger side. I was the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, I don't know, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. We know that can't be true because we've watched enough Chris Proudfoot to know that he's one big, huge red flag, like I said before. So now we're going to watch this quick video of Nick Beres and Seth. And I'm sure that since Chris Proudfoot was too much of a pussy to interview with Nick Beres because he has a sack and he's going to ask him tough questions. I mean, did you see Nick Beres ask the sheriff, the deputy Craddock or whatever, Craddock, the cutie patootie sheriff? He asked him about those lights and he did not hold back. So Chris Proudfoot only goes on platforms and things that he knows he's protected or he can control the questions. And I think he was probably pissed off that Seth talked to Nick and he looked like a pussy because he didn't. So I think that's when he did the about face and said, hey, that dude's clickbait, dude. He's putting out that video. He's clickbait. You know what I'm saying? It's all part of a game that you have to play, unfortunately, to fuck this guy over.
We were just learning about the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers from Sumner County. Today, the search continues. The case, though, we know is now a criminal investigation. Thanks for being with us at 6, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston.
And I'm Kelsey Gibson for Carrie tonight. For the first time, we are getting a look at family video of the missing 15-year-old. Sebastian's biological father gave it to Nick Beres during an exclusive on-camera interview.
Seth Rogers shares custody of his son, and the deputy with the Davidson County Sheriff's Department spent the past 2 weeks looking for Sebastian.
I'm hoping he's still alive. You know, that's my main hope right now, is that he's not deceased. I mean, I keep praying that he's alive. I keep praying that somebody's going to see him, that somebody's going to call 911.
Seth's 15-year-old son disappeared barefoot and with a flashlight from his mother and stepfather's home in Hendersonville either late on Sunday, March 3rd or early that Monday. Seth knows the key to finding his son may come from a tip. Several photographs have already been made public, and now he's released 2 video clips of Sebastian. In this first one, you see Sebastian up front on the left in yellow shorts, participating in a tug-of-war with fellow students.
And if you watch, he got swung around at the end like a little rag doll, and it's like, well, he gave it his best.
This second video shows Sebastian walking at his middle school graduation.
I was very proud of him. I mean, he successfully completed something.
Seth says his son, who is autistic, is not a wanderer. He finds it highly unlikely Sebastian would leave in the middle of the night barefoot, based on an experience his son had.
That is the picture that was in question about the wood floor. This is the picture they were talking about. I don't know why this picture was brought up. Seth was asked, is that your house with the wood floor? And he said, no, I wish I had wood floor. But this is the one where, yeah. So poor Sebastian was literally in a real life tug of war, wasn't he? But this is the picture that was in question. Does anybody know whose house this could be? Because it doesn't look like the Proudfoot's house. I don't know what wood floors. I'm not sure what the, what the significance was in asking about that floor. And then Nancy asked about wood floor, and they said no, that in his bedroom he has carpet, and she asked if they took any carpet, and they said no, ma'am.
Barefoot, based on an experience his son had as a child.
He decided that he wanted to step into a mound of what he thought was dirt, and it was fire ants. And since then, it's always been, he doesn't like to get his feet in the dirt. He likes to have his socks and shoes on.
Seth won't rule out the possibility of foul play, that someone is involved in his son's disappearance. And if Sebastian is able, he says he needs to call for help.
He needs to call 911. And if somebody has him, you need to give him back. He's my son, and he doesn't belong to nobody, but damn it, he's mine. And he's mine.
Nick Beres, News Channel 5.
I bet you this interview pissed Chris off. My way of thinking is honorable too, and I go for what makes sense because I have common sense, and common sense tells me Katie Proudfoot was the last person to see her son. He didn't. He wasn't. So now we're going to get into Nancy. I hope you guys are comfortable because we're going to be going at least another hour with Nancy's interview with them because it is very telling at this juncture with what we know now. And we know a hell of a lot more now than we did a month ago. Do we not? For the exact date of this interview is March 25th. We're now at May 6th, guys. It's now May 6th. And Katie and Chris are very interesting to watch and listen to. So you guys, I ask you to please put on your listening ears because this is very important. And we're going to have another Nancy Grace on Tuesday, tomorrow. So let's listen to this and get your snacks, get your popcorn, your colossal popcorns, whatever it is you fancy.
Because we got snacks because, he's 15 and snacks.
Here we go.
A lot of theories, a lot of speculation, but let's start with what we know to be true. Joining me right now, an all-star panel, but first,
see, this is why I like Nancy Grace, because you go with what you know. And what we know are the things she's about to talk about.
Guests joining us, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were in their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go.
They didn't correct her, who were both in the house when Sebastian went missing. Neither one of them said, no, ma'am, that's incorrect. I wasn't here.
Straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my
She just says he's not home. He wasn't home. Hold on. Okay, I'm not gonna be looking at chat, because if I look at chat, I get thrown off. Okay, so don't hate on me. I'll get to your super chats and stuff. I need to focus so I can walk through this.
You went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No,
okay,
ma'am.
so where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Where do you work?
I'm currently was working at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing, so I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
He did not like her saying that name.
So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is on the front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story. So everything is flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the two of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told
All he had to do was say yes or no. Okay, that's where he's an idiot again. Would you be willing to? Yes, ma'am. How come that wasn't a yes, ma'am?
directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts. I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No.
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed.
I hear a lot of control in this. So what I noticed is she's reading a chapter that she needed to read. And her husband said, it's midnight. You need to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed. It's almost like he tells her when to go to bed as well.
I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed.
Like he needed permission.
And, that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
Okay. This is, oh crap. This is important too, because the dog's crate is by that back sunroom. Remember the sunroom? Yeah.
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they on that night?
No,
okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's two lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those. Oh, what? Say what? Let's go back to Seth on Pascal when he said that he watched the video with the TBI. And that video showed lights on during the day and lights on at night. Lights that are never shut off. Remember? They showed Seth the lights in the daytime and markings and lights at night. And they just admitted that their lights are on 24/7. Just saying, fling and flung, you're not as smart as you think you are.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers on the side of the house.
Let's listen to that again where she says, oh yeah, those. Oh yeah, those. The ones that are on 24/7. Oh yeah, those.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were they on that night?
No,
okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out.
She says, no, ma'am. She says, no, ma'am. They were off.
Whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
We don't typically turn the floodlights on. What does that mean? You don't typically turn them on, but you turned them on that night, biatch?
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
So she's saying, nope. The only lights were just my little tiny, witty, bitty solar lights. That would never be that blob you see in that video. Can't be that. Nope. Nope. Can't be that. Because she just has little solar lights. I'm eating chips and a grilled cheese. Can't be that big blob, y'all. Don't look over here. We'd love them to be flashlights. They're not.
There's two lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage that's on at all times?
Nancy's like, oh. Oh, yeah, those. But someone who installs cameras and in security lights and stuff like that wouldn't know these things. Oh, I know Miss Laura Ingalls Wilder. Well, guess what? Seth saw lights that were on 24/7 and they just said theirs are on 24/7.
There's two. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info.
So in other words, she's rubbing it in that they have a lot of camera from your neighbors.
Is trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the two flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that two flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
You're very correct.
Okay.
Oh, we got him clearing his throat on that one. Exactly, Janine. Janine, I have a soundbite for that.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck,
It's a duck.
Question regarding your vehicles.
This is
Ms.
interesting
Proudfoot,
too.
What make and model do you drive?
I drive a Infinity SUV.
Year?
2017.
And, sir, what do you drive?
I drive a diesel truck, Chevrolet.
Year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2021, I think.
So your Infinity SUV was parked in the garage or outside the garage that night?
Okay, so here, this is interesting. Katie was reluctant to say 2017. Okay, but she did say the year of her car. But he doesn't know. We're going to be watching it in Discord, Titty. He doesn't know the year of his truck. Mr. Big Man with the big diesel doesn't know the year of his truck offhand. Now, hear me out. This is a hear me out moment. Get your tinfoil hats. Katie's mother-in-law has a very similar Infinity SUV. Nancy is adamant. Was your car in the garage or in the driveway that night? In the garage, in the garage. Nancy's going to ask her, was the garage door up or down? It was down. It was down. Was your car in the same spot when you went to bed as it was in the morning? Yes, yes, it was. But Twinkle Toes' mom has a similar vehicle. Maybe it's a little bit newer. And that's why Mona Lisa hesitated when she said 2017. Maybe Mona Lisa got Twinkle Toes' mom's when she was done and wanted to get a new Infinity. Maybe that's why they have the same type of vehicle. Maybe Mona Lisa got Twinkle Toes' mommy's hand-me-down Infinity. Maybe Miss Bowersox likes that color Infinity SUV. Maybe they're all registered to Mama Bowersox. I don't know.
Night, Miss Proudfoot.
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's only one car at the home. Is that right?
One car.
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that? If it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Look at Nancy. She's like, you are so full of shit, Chris Proudfoot.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody's asked us
So
that
that
question.
was-
to be honest with you.
Okay, so you have a work van. Question to you, Miss Proudfoot, what do you do for a living?
I am an installation technician.
That night, was the work van blocking your driveway? Could someone go in and out of your driveway?
The van is parked at the back of my driveway, so someone can pull in, yes.
Got it. Do you park your Infinity SUV in the garage or outside the garage?
In the garage.
In the garage. Do you have an automatic garage door?
With the clicker.
Right. Do you leave that up or down at night?
Down.
Could anybody lift it up? Like, is there an on and off button outside, or do you have to know a code or have the clicker to open it?
You'd have to know the code or have the clicker.
Does Sebastian know the code?
Not to the garage door, but to the man doors.
Not to the garage door, but to the house doors?
The regular door, yes.
So is there a code to get in your home, or do you use a regular key?
There's a code.
And he knows that code?
Yes, ma'am.
Question. I'm just trying to figure out how he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home. Could they have gotten through the garage door? No, unless they know the code or had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could, yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a, quote, wanderer. He didn't wander around. He had never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Hear the sirens?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping that neighborhood Ring cameras and may have picked.
Okay, watch Proudfoot's face when these sirens begin. These two, they are scared.
Wander around. He had never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
Then from where? She says not directly from our house. Listen closely.
Questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping that neighborhood Ring cameras and may have picked something up.
Gotcha. I want to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
He's shook. Look at him.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was, yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Okay. Business administration. Watch Katie Proudfoot before she answers Nancy. What are you studying? I'm going to make this nice and big for you guys because her face is very important in this clip here. And yep, go take a video of something with a damn flip phone and I will analyze it. You bet your ass, Chrissy Proudfoot.
That night, you said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was, yes ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate, inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's
in the garage.
He's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
I don't check on him at night because normally he goes to his room when he goes to bed. What? So once he goes to his room, isn't that when you would check on him at night when he's in his room? Fucking liar. You know why she didn't check on him? In my opinion, he was in the garage. That's why she didn't check on him.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
Here we go.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud.
Just a thud.
You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there, go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
She heard his voice at 10 p.m. I don't care what you're doing in there, Bubba, but you better go to sleep.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
Yeah, Chris said he had sleeping issues. So she doesn't really have to, check on him. Because once he goes in his bedroom, he's in his bedroom. I told him to go to bed. And he did. And thuds are never, ever described with the word just in front of them. Thuds are alarming. You don't say it's just a thud. You don't say it was just the thud. You say it was just some knocking or something, just some rattling. Not, it was just a thud. A thud is like the worst sound you want to hear. And for the one person in here that's upset about Katie's words, take it up with Katie. Y'all fucked up. Y'all done fucked up. You've already said too much. You can be nice guy on all the stupid panels you want, but it's too late. It's too freaking late. You've already dug your hole. Now they're just having to put the pieces together, in my opinion.
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
DeVry? What is DeVry anyways?
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate, inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian?
She said a cage. Nancy! She said, okay, so you put the dogs in a cage, in a crate. Nancy knows that mattress was in the garage for Sebastian. You wanna bet? Y'all wanna bet?
You go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate, inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there, go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not, no.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Mulch.
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay.
What?
Got it. Has he ever gone out the window before?
No, ma'am.
Is his room on the front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see, after it gets so dark at night, they can only see certain things where there's light.
Oh, they can only see certain things where there's light. Look at her face. And she wants us to believe that those lights were just little solar lights. Her little garden solar lights, because she's just little Holly Hobby at home flinging mulch and putting little solar lights in her garden. But Chris Proudfoot flipped those Play-Doh lips wide open, and he said, our lights are on outside all the time, 24/7. And then Seth said that the TBI showed him a video of the flashlight video in the daytime and the nighttime, showing him lights on in the day and in the night.
I thought there were the two lights on.
On the opposite side of the house.
Oh! What?
Okay. Can we talk?
On the opposite side of the house? What?
Flung.
Let's go back and listen to that part about the cameras again and the lights right here. His room is in the front. Here we go.
Front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see, after it gets so dark at night, they can only see certain things where there's light.
I thought there were the two lights on.
On the opposite side of the house.
She's talking exactly about the flashlight video, because the flashlight video is taken from the corner of Kellen and Stafford. Their garage is on the other side of the house. She knows exactly what that footage is. Okay, here we go. We're going to play that little part again.
Front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see, after it gets so dark at night, they can only see certain things where there's light.
How do you know?
I thought there were the two lights on.
On the opposite side of the house.
Okay. Can we talk about Sebastian's shoes? Why are you convinced Sebastian left without shoes on? Or are you?
Well, the reason that came about is because all of his shoes are accounted for inside the house still.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
Oh my God. The clothes that I described him in are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed. When I what, Katie? Listen again.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
I'm a therapist who goes to the
When he went to bed. What was she going to say when I put him in the garage?
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear that big sigh? That was proud feet. Chris, we hear that. When you fling, I flung, I fling.
I mean, I'm sure there was stuff flung and swung. And
I can't wait to see these two flung and swung.
Yes.
Because I think that's what he did to Sebastian. He flung and swung that poor boy. Listen again.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
He sighed. She fucked up.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
But you heard nothing.
I did not, no.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
We know that's a lie.
And could I confirm, where was his bio dad at the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
Had there been any family argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Proudfoot, when did you leave town?
Early February.
Oh, this gets good.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates.
Look at how red his face has become. And look at her cheeks. Law enforcement told him that he cannot provide exact dates that he came home in the month of February.
But I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th, the morning he was missing.
So you were not home from the time you left early February till Feb 26. Is that right?
Correct, ma'am.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Okay. Following back up on that morning, you search the home, Ms. Proudfoot. Then you get in your vehicle and you start searching.
Okay, this is where we gotta go back to the infinities. How Mama Proudfoot or Mama Twinkle Toes Bowersox has a similar SUV Infinity to Katie's. Okay, so Nancy is now putting the pressure back on Katie. He doesn't want her to talk anymore. He's like, oh my God, you need to shut up. But they're on Nancy Grace right now. And Nancy Grace keeps asking Katie questions. Katie, I have one question. Did you have to change your undies or your pull-up after this? Because I bet you shit your britches. Because y'all fucked up on Nancy Grace. You thought keeping it yes ma'am, no ma'am was going to save yo asses.
Did Sebastian know how to drive?
And Katie, your man ain't smart and he ain't going to protect you. So you might want to start talking.
No, ma'am.
Was your car in the same location when you woke up that morning as it was the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times, yes, ma'am.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Look at Nancy. She's like, what?
Why are people such idiots?
She was already on the phone with him, but she got up at 6 and went in there to wake him up, and he wasn't there, and she checked every closet, and she took 3 minutes to look around the house. You know what else adds up to 3 minutes? Hear me out. You know what else adds up to 3 minutes, Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot? When Chris Proudfoot said, me and the mom got on the phone at 9:36 or 9:43, or whatever the numbers he said. What was it he said? 9:36 or 9:30, 9:43. What was it he said? Yeah, did they swap cars? Was Mama Proudfoot's car there? We know that Mama Proudfoot, or sorry, Bowerfox. Mama Bowersox, Twinkle Toes mom, was there in the morning with Katie before Seth got there. 9:43 or 9:46. One shot. Thank you. Thank you. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46. Yeah, I think that Katie might have gotten Mama Bowersox's hand-me-down. Like maybe Mama Bowersox leased that Infinity, and maybe they bought it after her lease was up and she got a new one and she liked the color, but she wanted the newer model. So that's why Katie's got the 2017, and possibly Twinkle Toes mom has a newer model. Okay, here we go. We're going to get to everything you guys are saying in chat. I'm reading all of your comments. All of that will be addressed.
Okay. Question. Who called 911?
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at a call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about 6:20.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Proudfoot at the time you realized Sebastian was gone?
I called him when I realized Sebastian was gone.
I've been looking for a product like this my whole life. And we were all putting it on, looking in the mirror, and we're like, oh my God.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We were given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I'm going back to work.
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Proudfoot?
No, I'm not going back to work. Not yet, at least.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay, when will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
What?
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was...
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him. I said, hey, you know.
On the spot. What? He got flung into that question, didn't he? Watch that again, guys.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you know, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
Mm.
What did he lie about?
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Okay. I said this once and I said it again. I'll say it again. I mean, you wouldn't say that you did just one swat. You wouldn't give all these details. You wouldn't say just one. You wouldn't say over the clothes. But like someone said earlier, that's in Tennessee. There's certain laws in Tennessee for corporal punishment. And he's being very careful as to not implicate himself into a crime because CPS was already involved. Thank you so much for your super chat, Matt. Matt says, remember, they've all said that law enforcement saw Sebastian's bedroom light turning on and off on video. If so, that video should show him leaving, but it doesn't because he didn't walk off. And if you never did this, if you never spanked him with a belt one time over the clothing on the buttocks, if you never did that and you took that measure because you felt he needed to be punished for his lying, you would remember what he lied about. You wouldn't say, oh, had to do something with school because that's where the majority of his issues were, you would remember what made you take that drastic of a measure. And anyone who defends this man, you can't be serious. It's got to be for shock value.
And it
to
was
Mr. Proudfoot,
one-
to Mr. Proudfoot, to Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes. One swat.
What did he lie about?
I honestly don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students, so it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close, and then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
Did you see the joy he has in mocking? No, I didn't. And look at the look on his face. And I am not making anything up. I am looking at these two individuals, and I'm telling you what I see. And y'all, this is just my opinion. And I know that you listen to everybody, and I want you to. I want you to take everything in. I want you to take it all in and then make a decision. Thank you so much, Kels, for gifting a membership. And look at that look of disgust. Y'all, facial expressions say so much. You know how they say a picture is worth 1,000 words? Do you know why that saying exists? Because you can read things from a picture if you stop and pay attention. Instead of being worried about the next Facebook group post, pay attention. Plato Lips is telling us. He's telling us. We've seen videos now of Sebastian. And in not one of those videos have I seen him up in someone's space. However, Chris Proudfoot, I've seen up in Seth's personal space. I've heard about him getting in Sebastian's personal space. So what he's really doing is telling us a lot about himself. And he's projecting who he is onto Sebastian. In my opinion. And I'm loving the emoji. Use it. Stephen A. Oh my God, Stephen, you're awesome. You are awesome.
Honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students, so it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it.
Okay, says the guy who has 0 guy friends, right? Like, we've seen 0 guy friends come out of the woodwork for Chris Proudfoot. 0. Who thinks this guy even has guy friends? Raise your hand if you think that Chris Proudfoot has guy friends. I bet you we might see 1 or 2 hands from Fling and Flung.
I mean, I'm sure there was stuff slung and slung. And
Thank you so much. Someone just gifted a bunch of memberships. Who was that? 10 memberships. Sarcasm for fun. Thank you so much. Welcome new members.
But respecting people's space, he gets a little too close.
I haven't seen any hands.
And then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue.
Put your hand up if you think he's got guy friends.
He'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, no, I didn't. Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing
Was that the first time? Was that the first time you had ever hit him with a belt?
Yes, ma'am. The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
I am here to tell you today that your feet.
She is here to tell us about therapy. Jesus.
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint.
Yeah, tell
How
us.
were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
Oh.
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
Oh.
There is one in.
Oh, this is where it gets muddy. I want to give a shout out to Matt for your Cash App. Let me get caught up here. I'm so sorry. Susan for your PayPal. Thank you so much, guys. In Sarcasm, thank you for the 10 memberships. I want to see all of you in Discord. Tonight in Discord, we're going to be watching the News Nation interview with the new PR dude. And then tomorrow we're going to watch Nancy Grace in Discord together when he goes on that show. So if you need help, let us know in chat. Our moderators are here to help you. Okay, so she's asking about CPS. Let's listen to that part again.
The one and only time, actually.
When was this?
Years ago, ma'am.
Any idea how many? 3, 10, 1?
It probably at least 3 years ago.
I don't understand how that turned into a CPS or Child Protective Services complaint. How were they alerted that you hit him with a belt?
That did not turn into a CPS service call.
CPS what?
There were other CPS reports, right? Were they regarding your other child?
There is one in regards to my daughter that I know of out in New Mexico with my ex-wife and myself.
Thanks, Ash.
What happened?
At the time, my ex-wife had fled to New Mexico with my daughter. We were going through a custody and a divorce case at that time. And at the time, when I'd call and try to check in on my daughter, I could never reach my ex-wife at that time. So a welfare check was requested. Law enforcement told me to call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS. Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
Then how does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
Okay. You know what this sounds like? Sound like the case I'm following right now. I just started watching the treadmill abuse murder case where the dad is being accused of abusing his son to the point where he killed him. He also called CPS on the mom, and they played the CPS phone call in court. And it sounds just like the same type of games. It was the same freaking scenario.
Call CPS if I had concerns. So I called CPS.
He has nerve calling CPS and having a concern with Nina.
Law enforcement did make a welfare call, and that was it.
And that
then
was
how
it?
does that turn into a CPS complaint against you?
I have no idea, ma'am. There's a lot of misinformation out there right now in regards to my New Mexico case that actually has no relevance to the Sebastian case.
Then was there even a CPS complaint against you in New Mexico?
Not that I am aware of. And my attorney and myself are well educated on my case, and there's nothing that we know of.
Was there a TRO taken out against you?
Listen to this.
Regarding
Yes, ma'am.
your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
A temporary protective order.
Do
Why
what?
was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
If you're over 50,
So I don't know if you noticed that he said she fled to New Mexico.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
Oh. Who just cleared their throat? Let me clear my throat. Who just cleared their throat in the background? Because neither one of these statues moved.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt?
Yes, ma'am.
No, it was not me, y'all. You guys think it was Katie? She didn't move. Is she a ventriloquist? Don't tell me she's a ventriloquist with a voice changer.
Yes, ma'am.
Your daughter?
Not a TRO, but a TPO.
Let me make it bigger.
A temporary protective order. Why was that taken out?
So in regards to that case, my ex-wife had a TPO put against her in Tennessee at the time. When we went to court, that got dissolved. I was ordered to hand my daughter back over to my ex-wife at the time. She gets in a truck. She fleds to New Mexico. 2 days later, she files one in retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only...
Retaliation.
Is it still in place?
No, ma'am. That was dropped within, I think, 2 weeks of it being put in place.
That was not Katie.
I've got a question about the belt incident. You're telling me that was the only time that you ever hit Sebastian with a belt?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're also telling me that did not make it to CPS?
No, ma'am. That did not.
Was that Mama Twinkle Toes?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Faith's furniture.
Yes,
A few
ma'am.
days after Sebastian goes missing, did you replace furniture in Faith's room?
No, ma'am. I have not replaced any furniture in my daughter's room.
Is there any new furniture in the
Do you
home?
see how? Do you see? Look how red he is, guys. Okay, let me point something else out to you. Whenever she says Faith, he gets more upset. He's really trying to hold it in. And I think Mama Twinkle Toes is sitting there, in my opinion, facing their asses, keeping them in line. Would you be making any facial expressions if you had Mama Twinkle Toes in front of your face? And you knew what they did to Faith? And you knew what your husband did to Sebastian? Katie needs to get away from these people. And she needs to do the right thing. The police will protect you, Katie. The police will protect you if you tell the truth. If somebody else is there, imagine like facing her. How could you kind of fuck up? And if he's so close to his mother, because we saw how mad he got when people brought up his mom, wouldn't it make sense that she would be there to keep him under control? Remember, he said he had to get spanked all the time because he was out of control. He was bad. He gave him hell. How do we know that Mama Twinkle Toes doesn't always have to step in? Because he's still like a little boy who never grew up. I mean, you could hear it in the prank calls, right? It wasn't even funny. If she comes forward, they will protect her. If she's, if she's not the sole perpetrator. I'm not saying she's a victim, but somebody needs to come forward and do the right thing. I'm not saying it. Don't take this wrong. I don't think she's innocent. But someone needs to come forward and do the right thing. If there's two of them involved, it just takes one. If there's three of them involved, it just takes one.
Pawpaw. Roro causing Pawpaw. I mean, that's
Roro.
not,
Who was Roro?
It's worrying. It's worrisome.
Yes, ma'am. There's a bed that was given to me, and it's currently in my garage.
Has anything been taken out of the home?
No, ma'am.
I was curious about a statement that Miss Proudfoot...
Well, and it's funny, too, that the only time someone clears their throat and it sounds deliberate is when Faith's case comes up. And she says, Faith. And he says, my daughter. Let's listen to it without me running my trap. I'm liking that you enjoy the breakdowns, though. Thank you.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Regarding Faith's furniture.
Yes,
a few days after Sebastian goes missing, did you replace furniture in Faith's room?
No, ma'am. I have not replaced any furniture in my daughter's room.
My daughter.
Is there any new furniture in the home?
Yes, ma'am. There's a bed that was given to me, and it's currently in my garage.
Has anything been taken out of the home?
No, ma'am.
So he says there's a mattress that was given to me and it's sitting in my garage. How convenient. How convenient. Yes. I mean, creating a homestead in Colorado. Yes. Where did your comment go? Creating a homestead. You are spot freaking on. I'm going to tell you something. We're going to break this down a little bit further because y'all just put something in my head. Where is your comment? I lost it. Darn it. Shoot. It was something about Mama Proudfoot, Kathy wanting that baby Faith so bad that they went to the lengths that they did. And I'm sorry, I didn't get the exact wording. But listen, hear me out. Does Chris really strike you as the type of person that really wants to have to care for a kid every day? Or did Kathy want her grandbaby close that bad that she partook? Kathy Bowersox partook in a trick on Nina to take her daughter. So wouldn't it make sense that the woman who would go to those lengths to get Faith away from her mom to sit there and make sure nothing goes wrong when Nancy Grace asks about Faith? I think he wants the baby girl because it pleases mommy. That's what I think. I don't think he gives a damn about anyone. I literally think he's pretty empty inside, if I'm being honest. Creating a homestead in Colorado. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I can't get back there to see it, but thank you. Creating a homestead in Colorado. That really sealed it up for me. Kathy wanted Faith so bad that she filed and lost for custody of her. And let's see. Let's think about this too. If Kathy can't lose, what did she pass on to little boy? Proudfoots don't lose. Bowersoxes don't lose. And you know what's sad? Is that little Sebastian had to pay for this. I mean, listen what he did to Nina's little girl that didn't want her nails cut. He whopped her in the face. He doesn't want any children. He's either wanting to punish Nina like he's punishing Seth with his bullshit. He probably has many sick reasons for why he does stuff that he does. All right, let's keep going.
I was curious about a statement that Miss Proudfoot made earlier, that canine dogs hit on the barn around the home and near a retention pond. Did that happen?
I'm not sure about the barn, but the retention pond, yes.
Because law enforcement says the dogs did not hit. But Miss
There's been
Proudfoot
a-
says they did hit around the retention pond.
So there's been a lot of miscommunication in regards to what is and what is not. To help clear that up, law enforcement has actually spoken directly with me, showed me a few things. What I can tell you is from day one, there was 5 dogs that started the scent for the search. And then after that, from the next 8 days out from that, there have been dogs from all over the country that have come in and done searches and had scent hits in various locations. But I would say a certain percentage of them tend to go toward the same spot, which would have been a retention pond.
So the law enforcement dogs did not hit on the retention pond. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they did. There was at least 3 that I know for a fact that did hit on the retention pond.
And the pond has been drained, correct? And there was nothing there.
Yes, ma'am. They have walked it, drained it, and there's nothing. The retention pond was only knee deep anyways.
On one occasion, Mr. Proudfoot, you stated that you and Mrs. Proudfoot have been, quote, vetted and cleared of foul play. That was stated on Chronicles of Olivia.
Here we
Is
go.
that true? What do you mean by that?
Yes. So after working with law enforcement of all agencies, they have actually told us that there is no foul play, no nefarious issues. We've been cleared of all wrongdoing. We are working extremely cooperative with all law enforcement agencies at any point in time that they've called, come to the house, anything.
Was Sebastian angry or upset before he disappeared?
No, ma'am.
Not to my knowledge.
What is your theory about where is Sebastian?
I wish I knew where he was, to be honest.
Your theory.
I think it's possible.
What is your theory about where Sebastian is? What happened to Sebastian? Honestly, I really wish I knew where he was. Nancy's not giving them a free pass on shit. You know why? Because she knows that they hold the key.
If it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Theory about where is Sebastian?
I wish I knew where he was, to be honest.
Your theory.
I think it's possible that someone has my son.
Oh, she spit that out real quick.
Because I feel like if he had been close to the house or had walked off, that we would found him by now with as many people as we had searching.
Have you checked his social media?
He doesn't have social media.
Have you checked his phone?
His phone has been thoroughly checked, yes, ma'am.
Have you handed your phones to police, both of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we have.
Has police searched all of your devices, your laptop, your iPad, everything?
Everything. Yes, ma'am.
I've been looking for a product like.
Damn it.
Other than you, Miss Proudfoot, who is the last person that saw or heard Sebastian alive the Sunday before he went missing?
2 of his aunts, a cousin, and the staff where we had dinner.
And that was at BJ's the night before or the bowling alley?
So BJ's, and then we went to the bowling alley, and then after the bowling alley, we went to dinner before coming home.
I want to follow up again on the dogs hitting. Earlier, Ms. Proudfoot had stated the dogs hit around the house, the barn, and at the retention pond. Is that correct?
I don't know about the barn.
Who is that?
The barn, but I do know that they did track to the pond, yes.
Did the dogs also hit around the house?
Yes, ma'am.
On the outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they scent dogs or cadaver dogs?
They've brought in both cadaver and tracking dogs.
Listen to this.
Which dog hit? A cadaver dog or a scent dog?
Scent dog.
It's all been scent dogs that have hit. The cadaver dogs have not hit on anything that we know of.
What do you believe Sebastian was wearing when he disappeared? And would that have been what he slept in?
Yes. So the clothes, the black sweatpants with the white stripes and the long sleeve black shirt, that is what he went to bed in. And the reason that I believe he was still wearing those clothes is because when we searched, I did not find those clothes in the house. So I have to assume that that's what he was still wearing.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say that's what he wore when he went to bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Joining us right now, in addition to Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad.
Okay, hold on. I want to hear that part again. Hold up. So he says they brought both cadaver dogs and scent dogs. But just to be clear, the cadaver dogs didn't pick up on anything, only scent dogs. I want to know who keeps clearing their throat. She doesn't know what's on the shirt, so how does she know she couldn't find the clothes in the house? Potato.
I think you've got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
Good point. She said, I knew he was wearing that because I searched for those clothes and couldn't find them. But she doesn't know what the print is on the front. Makes no sense, does it? A lot of miscommunication for someone who puts it all on the table and makes it crystal clear. You know what you should have done a long time ago, Chris Proudfoot?
Cut his mic. Cut his mic.
She said it was a Minecraft print. No, she didn't. Go back and rewatch. No, she didn't. It's one of three things because the kid's got flavors. I told him to go to bed, and he did. Don't come in here not using your common sense with stuff. They're evasive for a reason. If she knows that a certain shirt is missing, she would know what the fuck is on the front of it. It wouldn't be one of the flavors. Chris Buttocks. That's great. That's great. Thank you again, Matt. By the way, the Pussyfoots did not buy their travel trailer. That was from TB. They weren't good to the kid. TB made fun of him just as CP did. Oh, Bowersox gave him that. So I'm going to take this opportunity to share a little story. It'll be quick. Yesterday, I decided to reach out to the Bowersox and Proudfoot family because there's been so much put out there about Alaska and all this stuff, and they haven't said anything. So I reached out, and I actually got Linda Proudfoot texted me back and asked what I wanted. I told her, I said I wanted to speak with her about Sebastian Rogers and, clear the air on anything that they might possibly want to clear the air on. She ignored me. But Michael Proudfoot did not. You know what his response was? When I said, do you want to come on? I really, as Sebastian's, let me read it to you, because I don't want to misspeak. They're just not nice. I said, hi, is this Mike? Hey, Nosy. Who is this? I said, my name is Jay, and I wanted to see if you would talk to me about Sebastian Rogers. As his step-grandfather, please. There is a lot of misinformation out there, and I would like to clear the air, and I would love for you to give your input. He says, nah. N-A-H. I said, how come? Do you have a statement at all? He said, leave me alone. So I did. He asked me to leave him alone, and I did. But I said, please, as Sebastian's step-grandfather, will you please make a statement? Or grandfather. Yeah, no, step-grandfather. That would be, that's not Sebastian's biological grandfather. It's his step. And he said, nah, leave me alone.
Other than you, Miss Proudfoot, who is the last person that saw or heard Sebastian alive the Sunday before he went missing?
Two of his aunts, a cousin, and the staff where we had dinner.
And that was at BJ's the night before, or the bowling alley?
So BJ's, and then we went to the bowling alley, and then after the bowling alley, we went to dinner before coming home.
I want to follow up again on the dogs hitting. Earlier, Ms. Proudfoot had stated the dogs hit around the house, the barn, and at the retention pond. Is that correct?
I don't know about the barn, but I do know that.
I don't know about the bond, the barn. The bond? I don't know about the bond, the barn. What barn? What barn? What barn are they talking about? Does anybody know? Right. I was talking about both of them, Erica. I was talking about Twinkle Toes, and then I went into my text about Proudfoot, Michael Proudfoot. Thank you, Zoo Blues, for gifting a membership. Bond. I don't know about the bond. The barn. Gerald Barino. This Karen channel, he says. How's this for being a Karen?
You're being a Karen.
Hey, Barino. Hang on. Do Karens have mouths like this?
Say la vie, adios, fuck off and die.
I want to follow up again on the dogs hitting. Earlier, Ms. Proudfoot had stated the dogs hit around the house, the barn, and at the retention pond. Is that correct?
I don't know about the barn, but I do know that they did track to the pond, yes.
She combined barn and pond. Who cleared their eyes, though? Or their ears? Or their throat? I gotta stop reading.
They brought in both cadaver and tracking dogs.
Which dog hit? A cadaver dog or a scent dog?
Scent dog.
It's all been scent dogs that have hit. The cadaver dogs have not hit on anything that we know of.
What do you believe Sebastian was wearing when he disappeared? And would that have been what he slept in?
Yes. So the clothes, the black sweatpants with the white stripes and the long sleeve black shirt, that is what he went to bed in. And the reason that I believe he was still wearing those clothes is because when we searched, I did not find those clothes in the house. So I have to assume that that's what he was still wearing.
I have to assume.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you say that's what he wore when he went to bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Joining us right now, in addition to Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot, the bio mom and stepdad of Sebastian, an all-star panel. First to Brian Trasher joining us, Vice President of the Cajun Navy,
This was weird.
who has joined the search. Brian, thank you for being with us. Who asked you to join the search?
Well, we had deployed a team up to Nashville, Tennessee last week in response to the missing college student, Riley Strain. And we stayed up there until he was found. While we were in the area, we had a lot of people reaching out to us on social media saying that there was a young boy who had been missing for several weeks that was only about 20 miles away from where we were. So we talked to a few people, got some information, and decided to deploy part of our team that was already up there to Sumter County to investigate and see what we could do to help out.
You went on your own. Were you asked to join?
We were asked to join. I'm not sure specifically who some of our people talk to, but we get requests all the time, and we'll reach out. We'll try to get either a family member or a close friend of the family, just so we know we're talking to people.
I guess it could have been
family. And
I guess if her panel guests weren't muted while she was talking to the Proud Feet, it could have been one of her panel guests. But I have a feeling that if it was on Nancy's producer's end with the background noise, that she would have said, can you take care of that? She's a professional, guys. That's just my opinion.
And somebody had reached out and asked us to join, since we already had assets so close to Sumter County.
Tell me what you have been doing, Brian Trasher. Everyone with me, the VP of the Cajun Navy, who has joined in the search. You can find them at CajunNavyRelief.com. Brian, tell me what you guys have been doing.
Just real, we're the United Cajun Navy. We're the original group that everybody hears about. There's other groups that use the Cajun Navy name to try to fundraise off of our efforts. Cajun Navy Relief is not affiliated with us at all. We are www.unitedcajunnavy.org. We're the original. We're the real ones.
Again, what exactly have you been doing on the search?
So we've had our own canine team who is already participating in the search for Riley Strain up there searching around. We've talked with
that person is still clearing their throats
with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent Simmons. We've talked a lot with him and trying to coordinate efforts, because we always try to coordinate with law enforcement to make sure we're not getting in the way, duplicating efforts, or putting out any.
You know what, Mr. Trasher, let me just cut the chase here. Isn't it true that this weekend, pursuant to your search, that cadaver dogs hit in an area that had been closed off because of a prior hurricane, and it is on federal property? Bones and other items were found at that time. I found that very odd, as it would relate to Sebastian. Even if it was Sebastian, his body would not have been skeletonized at this time. Can you tell me now that what was found over the weekend is not connected to Sebastian? Yes, no?
No.
Not connected to Sebastian.
That hit was, that's correct. That hit was not
Thanks,
connected
Sarah.
to Sebastian.
Okay. Joining me also, in addition to Brian Trasher, who has been leading the Cajun Navy in its search for Sebastian. Hold on, Brian. Other than those hits, have there been any other dog hits in and around the home or elsewhere?
Not from our canine team.
I'm very concerned, Brian, as you can imagine, because LA law enforcement has stated there were no canine hits outside the home, which I find very, very disturbing. Because if he had gone outside, particularly barefoot, there would definitely have been a scent trail. Now, we're hearing from the Proudfoots that there was a hit around that retention pond. How far is that pond from your home, Mr. Proudfoot?
Less than probably half a mile if you walk the whole path.
Like you did?
Is it through wooded area? Would he have had to walk through the woods to get there?
No, ma'am.
He doesn't have to walk through the woods to get to the retention pond.
Or the subdivision. So the construction site is a subdivision, new addition that's being built, and they have a road that's going to be tied into our subdivision. So you could actually walk up that way, or you could walk to the main road and walk into it.
Did Sebastian ever sleepwalk?
No, ma'am.
So he would have had to leave the house undetected by Katie and walk all the way to that retention pond. Did the dogs follow the trail a half a mile?
Yes, ma'am.
They followed the trail all the way to that retention pond?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
That's very curious, as they are saying the dogs didn't pick anything up. Back to you, Brian Trasher. Did you guys search anywhere other than that federal property where the false positive was? Yes, no?
No.
Joining me is Courtney Lasky, high-profile behavior analyst, autism expert, chief clinical officer with Little Starts Therapy. Courtney, thank you for being with us.
This is interesting.
At this juncture,
Listen.
We know Sebastian to be most likely with people he doesn't know, if in fact he is still alive. How would that affect a young boy with autism?
It would affect him greatly. Based on the diagnosis of autism, we know that they typically have deficits with communication, social skills, and they display some rigid and repetitive behaviors. If, in fact, he is with someone else who does not know him well, that would be entirely out of his routine. He could be engaging in behaviors that he hasn't engaged in before. He could be looking for an escape. He could be looking to get out of those aversive situations. We know that not every autistic individual will wander, but those who do wander, 36%, it's to get out of an aversive situation. It's to get away from something that's overwhelming or overstimulating to them.
Ms. Proudfoot, does he know your phone number? Can he call you if he could get access to a phone?
We have gone over my phone number. I don't know that in a high stress time he would remember it, but yes, I have taught him my phone number.
Was he ever allowed to go visit friends' homes?
Interesting right here, too.
He didn't get invited, but had he been, yes, we have had play dates in the past.
Would he go there on foot?
No, ma'am.
Joining me now is Lauren Conlon, investigative.
Did you hear that? She is such a bitch. He didn't get invited. Who says that about their missing child? And what are these two looking at? So Matt used to work with Bowersox. I think he said Terry Bowersox. He's going to call in when he gets home. He's driving. So when he gets home, we're going to have a call in, hopefully from someone who used to work with Terry Bowersox. Thank you so much, Shell. They always dog him. I know. He didn't have friends because she didn't allow him any. Right. Most abused kids aren't allowed to go to friends' houses or have friends come over because they may say something. He always had extra malt.
Didn't get invited, but had he been, yes, we have had play dates in the past.
Doesn't even make sense.
Would he go there on foot?
No, ma'am.
Joining me now is Lauren Conlon, investigative journalist, host of the Outlier podcast, host of Corruption, What Happened to Grant Solomon, and you can find her at laurenconlon.com.
This gets really weird.
Lauren, thank you so much for being with us. What can you tell me about that stretch of road, if anything, between Sebastian's home and that retention pond?
Well, look, Nancy, I mean, I think like everything else about this case, it is very confusing because the public hasn't heard much from the police. We haven't heard much from the Proudfoots, obviously, when it comes to that, or Seth Rogers. And now I'm learning a lot here as I hear Chris Proudfoot say, okay, we can't speak about this because of law enforcement. And now with the Cajun Navy coming in, I think a lot of us are very excited that they are going to basically canvass this road. And they are actually telling civilians to hang back. Nobody needs to search this anymore. You need to stop. You need to stop helping and let us work with law enforcement and take over. Now, I called the Sumner County Sheriff's Office yesterday because of all the misinformation going around. And I gotta be honest with you, they didn't even know what was going on with this road, with the recreation search. They were either very elusive or they were very confused. But either way, it's very concerning because the people, as well as myself, I don't live in Tennessee. I cover a lot of Tennessee. We are very concerned for Sebastian. We are very concerned. And so,
okay, so let me just stop you right there, Ms. Conlon. Ms. Conlon, everyone is concerned, but let me remind everyone that law enforcement is under no duty at all to tell us or anybody else, including the Proudfoots, anything. They are not representing the Proudfoots. They are representing justice, and they will do what they have to do. The fact that they're not giving us a blow by blow is their business. Does it mean they're stymied? I don't know. Does it mean they know more than we think they do? I don't know the answer to that. But just because they're not releasing an ongoing investigative file is not a concern to me. At this juncture, I am collecting facts in the best way I know how. Now, regarding that route from the Proudfoot home to the retention pond, is it your understanding, Lauren Conlon, that there were no hits by scent or cadaver dogs along that route?
correct, Nancy. It is my understanding there were no hits from the dogs.
It is very confusing.
And it's so confusing because we listened to that dispatch.
It's confusing. You know, sometimes, Lauren, when we try to put together a puzzle, but we're missing a few pieces and we don't know what piece we're missing, you can't put the puzzle together. We're missing things from this puzzle. And right now, I'm on a fact-finding mission. I am pointing the finger at no one because I want to find Sebastian. I want to go to Dr. Jory Clausen joining me. And guys, again, please, Proudfoots, Trasher, Lasky, Conlon, jump in if you have a thought or you want to contradict, because a lot of this is elusive. We don't know everything. To you, Jory Clausen, joining us, former law enforcement, now faculty, St. Leo University, very well-known psychologist and author of Operation SOS. You can find him at drjory.com. Dr. Jory, thank you for being with us. Many people have made much of the fact that when interviewed, the Proudfoots do not look at the camera, they look away, they don't cry, and they don't seem upset. Now, that may or may not mean anything. People can be very upset, crying, screaming, cursing. They may show no emotion at all. They may be numb by the time interviews are happening. I'm very different. When I talk about my fiance's murder or I talk about my dad's death, I still cry, even when I swear I'm not going to. But everyone reacts differently. I'm going to throw this directly to Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot. Much has been made. I'll ask you. You very often look away, don't look at who's asking you questions. show no emotion.
Thank you, great grandmom.
Much has been made of that. And I'd like to hear your response. I'm not judging one way or the other. I'd like to hear your response.
To the fact of not looking at the camera all the time is because a picture of my son is sitting beside me, and I'm looking at him. As far as the crying thing, I have been crying off and on nonstop for a month.
Many people have asked me,
how do you cry on and off nonstop? What does that even mean? Thank you, Susan Harden, for your support. How do you cry on and off nonstop? The black shoes in the dining room? I don't know what that means. John, David, and Lucy.
why did Miss Proudfoot not call 911 immediately? And here's your chance to answer that.
I'll go back, Susan.
Because by the time I realized my son was missing and I called my husband, at that point I was hysterical. I was at the point where I couldn't even form words anymore, and my husband is the one who remained calm enough to call them.
Do what?
And to be honest with you, Miss Grace, the way we live outside of city limits, so you don't call 911 because you get routed to a dispatching hub who asks what's your location, and then they route you to another dispatcher to talk to give this story. I cut all of that out and I called straight to the sheriff's department because they have jurisdiction of where we live. So sorry that I decided to bypass a few steps and go straight to the source, where they responded within 10 minutes of the phone call being made.
He's so sorry about it. He's such a jerk. You're so not likable, Proudfoot.
Miss Proudfoot, that evening, were you drinking?
No, ma'am.
Had you used any type of drug at all, even OTC, over the counter?
No, ma'am.
And you had no argument with Sebastian that night?
No, ma'am.
You stated you put the dogs away into a crate before you went to bed.
Remember when she said, it makes sense if we had been fighting? And then he said, or if he had been in trouble. Remember that? I've listened to these mofos way too much.
Is the crate located near the exit, near a door?
No, ma'am.
Would the dogs have barked if there had been an intruder or if Sebastian had left?
The dogs don't typically bark at me and Sebastian because they're used to us. Even if we get up, we come around, they don't typically bark. Strangers, they do tend to bark, at least for a minute or two to get attention.
A minute or two to get attention. Remember in the interview where the hands, all they would show us was their hands. Remember? The hands. The dogs were barking and those little Morkies were barking and Chris went, shh. And they still went, They barked, they kind of growled at him after he did that too. I think the Morkies don't like Chris. I know, I have to renew my freaking premium. I usually have premium. I'm sorry about the ads.
But no, ma'am, they don't typically bark at Sebastian and myself or Christopher.
What kind of dogs are they?
Morkies.
Morkies.
Question, where is their crate located?
In the area near my sunroom.
Over by the kitchen.
Your son's, okay, hold on. Is it outside your son's room?
No, ma'am, not
Sunroom.
Sebastian's room. Son, yeah, yes, ma'am.
The sunroom. And that's not near the door?
No, ma'am.
Not near the front door.
It's near my back door, but not any of the other doors.
Yes, from what I've seen, the layout of the home, it is near the back door, and they would have heard someone coming in and out that back door.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
No barking. Do you have a chime or anything on your doors that would alert you to the door opening?
No, ma'am.
Miss Grace, could I jump in for something?
Yes, please. And
you know, that could have been that girl clearing her throat, to be honest. I think I got to hike back on that one. That could have been this girl because she's cutting in. I think she was unmuted. It could have been her.
I want to follow up with a question
Yes.
regarding Miss Proudfoot's polygraph. But please, Lauren, jump in. Everybody on the
Thank you.
panel, now is the time to ask the Proudfoots any question that may shed light on what has happened to Sebastian. We are not in a judging arena.
They're like,
we are
"Oh
in a
my
fact-finding arena. We can then assimilate the facts and make deductions. Please jump in. Lauren Conlon is
Yes.
joining me. You can find her at Lauren Emily Conlon. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And now this might be for Brian as well. Yesterday, when the dogs hit and everybody's going crazy, YouTubers, internet, TikTokers, and we figure out it's not Sebastian and police are not involved, the TBI is not involved. Did you call the Proudfoots and let them know that this was not Sebastian? Did you tell them ahead of time that you were searching these areas? Did they know what you were doing, or was this specifically just through Seth Rogers?
Yeah, so Seth Rogers is Sebastian's biological father, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so he was there, and as Ms. Grace alluded to earlier, it would not have been typical or possibly even probable that he could have skeletonized after only a few weeks. So I'm not sure about the Proudfoots, but his father definitely did know. I also wanted to echo what Miss Nancy said earlier about the police. One of the reasons we got called in, there was a lot of social media personalities reaching out to us, kind of complaining that they didn't feel like the police were doing enough. But really, it's just what Miss Nancy said. It's that they're not under obligation to give daily or every other day updates. They are doing an investigation. We have been in very close contact with TBI, and I can tell everybody with 100% certainty they are on top of it. They are not letting their foot off the gas at all on the search for Sebastian or trying to find out what happened
Isn't
to him.
this strange?
The YouTubers and TikTokers that do live stream probably do the most harm. We appreciate the attention that they bring to things, but when you do a live stream, you don't have any control over what gets seen by potentially.
Why is that girl saying wow? Look, I'm so confused of what's going on in this video. At this point, it freaks me out. So it sounds like that girl, I can't remember her name, Lauren. Wow. I don't understand why she's wowing over this.
You don't have any control over what gets seen by potentially the entire world. So we would, we can't tell people what not to do. They have free speech. It's their own accounts they're using. Not helpful to do live streams during searches like that. If you want to do it, do a video that you could potentially edit later, so that we cut down on the amount of misinformation. That's why social media is not necessarily a house. We go in and do search and rescue. You have to trust the process. Like we do, we trust law enforcement is going to have this wrapped up probably very soon.
Brian, however, I want to make sure that you are not encouraging citizen sleuths to stop looking, because I've had many cases where we put out the warning and they actually spot a missing person. I mean, I only have to point to
I feel like something's going on here. Look at Chris's face during this. Does he not look kind of confused as to what's going on here? It's really a bizarre interaction right here.
Warning, and they actually spot a missing person. I mean, I only have to point to Gabby Petito, whose remains were found in dispersed camping way out west by a citizen who had heard about the case. So, sometimes their information is wrong, but there is no way in HELL that I would ask them to stop. And I know that's not where you're headed. Yeah.
No, we don't want them to stop. Matter of fact, it was 2 citizen sleuths that found Riley Strain's bank card out by the bank of the Cumberland River in Nashville. So, like I said, they do provide a service. My only suggestion was maybe not doing live stream, maybe just video, and then you can edit and post later. Just a suggestion.
At Vistaprint, we print everything to show.
I think that's absolutely possible, creating a homestead. They said, so Seth alluded to Chris suing him over the use of the GoFundMe funds. Would they have threatened some of the searchers? I think they'd do anything. I think that his mother would do anything for him.
Hey guys, I don't want to see anything edited. I want to see the whole thing. No edits, no airbrushing, the real deal. But that's just me. I want to go back to Katie Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother, Miss Proudfoot. What questions were you asked during your polygraph?
Listen to this.
I was asked if I knew where my son was. I was asked if I hurt him. I was asked if I had hurt someone, among a few other questions.
Among a few other questions. Oh, I wonder what they were.
And Mr. Proudfoot, you have volunteered to take a poly?
Yes, ma'am.
If I were to set up a poly for you, would you take it?
Name the place and time, ma'am. I'll be there.
And you're headed back to Memphis right now. Are you in your RV right now?
Bring it all in.
I am in my RV. We are not disclosing our current location just because of safety reasons, due to the YouTubers, the Facebookers out there that have sent some very heinous, threatening information and things of that nature, threatened to be outside of our house.
Oh my God. This guy is the biggest wuss I've ever heard.
I wouldn't let you sleep in my room if you were growing on my ass.
All kinds of nasty things. So we're not disclosing our location at this time, unless you're law enforcement.
Ms. Proudfoot, is that one of the reasons you left the home?
One of them, yes, ma'am.
Question to you guys. When police came in and processed your home, did they look with, for instance, luminol? Did they check? What did they do when they searched your home?
They thoroughly searched my home with many different things. They removed some things for the dogs to hold the scent, and for Sebastian's DNA. I know that they used thermal
night imagery.
Night vision, thank you. And I don't know exactly all of the tools that they used, but I do know that multiple different searches were done on my home by many different people, detectives, sheriffs, and a few others.
Yeah, I wouldn't swear that the forensics folks showed up or not, because there were so many folks in and out of the house that it was just, hi, I'm so-and-so with law enforcement. I'm so-and-so with law enforcement. Okay.
Every time they've said we need to look, we're please.
Okay, so this also tells me they were both freaked out that day because, remember, she said they came in, it was rapid fire. There were cars down the road. Why would you say they came in rapid fire when they're responding to a missing persons report for your son? You'd be like, oh my God, they came in like gangbusters. They were on it. Maybe that's what she means, but he's also giving a same description of, just a bunch of different agencies coming in, but he's acting like he's unsure who it was. Like, oh, I'm blind to this. I didn't pay attention. Yeah, this dude pays attention to everything.
They used thermal
night imagery.
Night vision, thank you. And I don't know exactly all of the tools that they used, but I do know that multiple different searches were done on my home by many different people, detectives, sheriffs, and a few others.
Matt, are you here? Let us know in chat.
I wouldn't swear that the forensics folks showed up or not, because there were so many folks in and out of the house That it was just, hi, I'm so-and-so with law enforcement. I'm so-and-so with law enforcement. Okay.
Every time they've said we need to look, or please do.
Does Sebastian have a hardwood floor or a carpeted floor?
In his bedroom,
Carpet.
Yes. Carpeting.
Carpet.
Did they remove any carpeting?
No, ma'am.
Do you feel confident they searched his bathroom?
They did.
Yes, ma'am, they did.
When you state that they removed items for the scent dogs, what did they take?
Clothing, a blanket that he used like every day, and a few other items of his, toiletries, like his brush.
Lauren Conlon joining us, investigative journalist. Lauren, again, thank you for being with us. And earlier you were hearing
a blanket he used every day. I wonder if that blanket that they gave law enforcement, I wonder if that blanket was soiled. And I wonder where that blanket came from.
hearing sound from WSMV4. I understand you have another question.
Oh, no, I mean, I guess I didn't quite get the clarity I wanted, in the sense that, did the Proudfoots know that this search was going on with the Cajun Navy? Were they being called? Were you guys being alerted about this? Did you hear from a YouTuber that they found something, that the cadaver dog, or I'm sorry, the search dog started jumping?
Okay, this is all staged. Did you see that? And earlier Nancy said, so you put the dogs in a cage, a crate, and she just said the search dog. They're trying to see their reaction. Let's watch the Proudfooters when she says that.
Investigative journalist, Lauren, again, thank you for being with us. And earlier you were hearing sound from WSMV4. I understand you have another question.
Oh, no, I mean, I guess I didn't quite get the clarity I wanted, in the sense that, did the Proudfoots know that this search was going on with the Cajun Navy?
Thanks, Matt.
Were they being called? Were you guys being alerted about this? Did you hear from a YouTuber that they found something, that the cadaver dog, or I'm sorry, the search dog started jumping? Or, were you just kind of blind to all of this? Just, over in your corner doing your search?
No, ma'am. So here, to set that record straight and help the United Cajun Navy. So somebody's got a picture out there saying that we were enjoying a dinner, when we're actually out there, got flyers at a dinner table because we need to eat. My wife was on the phone with the Cajun Navy. That's how the Cajun Navy was brought in. And we talked to the president of the United Cajun Navy.
Do you see how he started to show his anger a little bit? He's getting a little fired up. Yeah, get yourselves a drink, Matt. Let the kids know we'll be here.
You're awesome.
He put us in touch with their team that was here locally in Nashville. Then that young lady reached back out to us, gave us some more information. We gave her some more details. Then they said they would start a search, but we also had them get in direct contact with the TBI agent, as well as Sumter County's Sheriff's Department. We provided all that information. They reached out to them, got some information. They pushed outside of the areas that had been searched already, conducted a search. Somehow or another, they linked up with the bio father, who supposedly got a tip from somewhere. Whether or not it was credible or not, we don't know. But it led them to searching on federal property without permission, which is where we have been informed at some point that there was allegedly a hit on something, but turned out to be nothing. And they were asked to leave the property immediately, or the cops are going to be called.
Oh, yeah. He hasn't even taken a breath. Holy.
Based off of a tip that the bio father received.
Jesus, Chris, take a breath.
To Brian Trasher, VP of Cajun Navy, let's clear it up. Isn't it true this is on federal property that had been closed off? It was a hurricane site earlier. It was also, yes, thank you. And it was also near railroad tracks, and some homeless people have been living there. and apparently one of them had died, and we believe that is what the dogs were hitting on. Is that correct?
Yeah, all the above is correct, and we did not gain access to the property. It had already been open when we got there. I'm not sure how entry was gained, but yeah, everything above it that you just said was correct.
Guys, the search for Sebastian goes on. If you have information, if you know or think you know anything about this beautiful, young, autistic boy, please call TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
All right. I am about to open up the line for Matt, but I have to play this timestamp for Susan. The 26th minute, she thinks that Katie says to Chris, "You're lying." So we're going to go and we're going to listen to the 26th minute of this video. Everybody give me 1 minute. Give me and Susan 1 minute of your time and listen and tell me if you hear her say what maybe sounds like something about January, but ends up saying "you're lying."
Stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students, so it's a little. He's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close, and then kids don't really accept that too much, so it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop, and he continues on. So then it causes an issue, and instead of being honest about it, he'll lie. Like, "No, I didn't." Okay, Sebastian.
We're lying about doing.
Was that the first time? Was that the first time?
Okay, Susan, I did catch that the first time. She says, "or lying about doing work." She says, "or lying about doing work." That's what she says. That Sebastian lies about doing work. Another positive comment from his mother. So Matt worked with Terry Bowersox. It's Terry. He's a boy. And he's going to give us a call and let us know what's on his mind. Go ahead and call in whenever you're ready, Matthew. We are open and receiving calls. We're going late again today, but that's all right. Let's see if this is Matt that knows the Bowersox. Really, Daphne? When asked about the carpet, Chris says no. Katie says yes. Oh. I'll check that out later. Let me pin that number for you. 727-755-6001, Matt. Terry Bowersox is Chris Proudfoot's stepfather, his mother's husband. Y'all think she's on something? Yeah, I don't know. She might just be cold. 727-755-6001 for Matt to call in. I'm looking for Matt to call in right now. Matt is an ex-coworker of Chris Proudfoot's stepfather. Thank you for becoming a member, Gypsy. You see your gypsy. What's up, Tommy? Zoo Blues. The day of the missing, can Katie and Chris' mom switch cars? Therefore, the dog did not smell anything. Right, Zoo Blues. That's what I was thinking too, allegedly, in my opinion. Yeah, DeVry University, she picks something that she thinks can't be easily tracked. Oh, you want to see Terry Bowersox? Okay. Why didn't they have some resources for him to meet friends? There are so many groups. I know. Well, it looks like he had fun bowling, and he didn't look to be getting in anyone's personal space to me. At all. This is Chris's mom and stepfather. That's Mr. Bowersox. Heather Ann, Jay, thank you for everything you do each and every day. You are appreciated and loved. Thank you. That makes me feel good. Thank you for that. Sometimes people really just need to hear that, don't they? Thank you, Heather Ann. Matt, 727-755-6001. And I do think it was that reporter girl that was clearing her throat, or maybe the autism specialist. Where's the federal property? Okay, so what I wanted, let me show you this while we're waiting. Kathy subscribed. Tommy, it's coming. It's a coming. It's a coming. Oh, thank you, Kathy, for subscribing. I didn't see Kathy. She looks young to be his mom. Yeah, I think, well, he's only 40, you guys. He's not that old. Thank you, Angela. Matt needs a little more time to prepare. I hope Matt isn't preparing a sound box or some shit. Because Matt, I can see right through that shit. And I'm not going to play games with Chris Proudfoot faking shit either. Nope. Exactly, Della. Okay, so let me show you where they were searching. According to Nick Beres, this is super interesting, guys. I got to find it in my history. Hold up. This Natchez Trace State Park. According to Nick Beres, this is where Seth and his searchers were searching. I'm going to zoom out and show you where this is on a map. It's right between Memphis and Nashville. So there you see Nashville. I'll go back in, but I want you to see in between Memphis and Nashville is Natchez Trace State Park. That would be a federal land, would it not? I love you too, Megan. 727-755-6001. Call in. But let's take a look down at Natchez Trace State Park. There's also a campground at this state park. And it's right off, look, I-40, which would be the route that Chris Proudfoot takes to and from home. Look, there's a park right there. It's not Grandfather Park. That's to throw people off. It's okay, Matt. Storms are my gig. 727-755-6001. A state park would be federal. See the campground, Wrangler Campground. There's creeks and all kinds of stuff back here. And this is part of the park. I mean, it's huge, but there's a lot of water and there's a lot of woods and there is a campground. I don't know, Erica. All I know is that per Nick Beres. Hi, Kathy. Thank you for being here. It's state, not federal. It's hot, Robin. It's been so hot. You can't even enjoy it outside. Okay, so let's go down and look at the photos of this place. Just to give you an idea of what it's like there. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous, but they do have. Thank you, Nub Fisher. I appreciate that. They do have a campground, though, you'll see. Look at this bridge. Wait. Yeah, oh, never mind. Is that where they did the memorial? Or no? That was in town, right? Look at his left ear. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with his left ear that other than it's fat? Oh, here we go.
Call from.
Hello.
Hey, you're live on air. Is this Matt?
Hey. Yes, it is.
Matt, thanks for calling in.
No problem.
So
just getting in.
Yeah, so I'm glad you got everything squared away. Thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, I wasn't preparing any sound boxes or anything.
Well, I've heard that Chris Proudfoot is using a sound box on YouTube, so you never can be too sure.
It wouldn't surprise me, but then I don't want to cuss because I don't know how your show goes. But
no, you're okay. You can say pretty much whatever you want.
They're definitely a bunch of weird individuals. Let's just say that.
Weird how?
And now, I don't want to say that he was being serious, but when speaking about Nina, I mean, he's mentioned before about, like, paying someone to rid her, you know?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that was serious or just joking around. I can't say for sure. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But that was mentioned.
He talked about paying someone to off her?
Like, people will say that when they're angry. I know I've said it before about my ex-wife, you know. I would rather pay this than to go through a divorce with her and her get half of my shit.
Sure. People say that just in anger, you know, just spouting off.
Right.
But are you saying that Chris said that or Mr. Bowersox?
Miss Terry said that.
Terry said that.
Terry said that.
About Nina?
And there's multiple witnesses.
Wow.
Because everyone there, someone started a joke with him. Instead of calling him Bowersox, they called him Powered by Cox. And that's honestly what he seemed like rather than a family man to us. And there's no judgment there.
Power by cops? You think they're that infiltrated?
No, not cops. COCKS.
Oh, Cox. I thought you said cops. Powered by Cox. I got you. Okay. I thought you said cops. I was like, I'm getting all these rumors on YouTube mixed up because people are saying they're infiltrated with law enforcement.
They're very tight there as well.
They are tight?
Yes.
Huh. How so? Like, do you know the exact relation that makes them tight? Because I haven't heard anything definitively.
No, I'm not sure. I can call a friend of mine that still works up there, and I'm sure he would probably know. But I know there used to be one. I don't know if it was lieutenant, sergeant that would come by once or twice a week, and him and Terry would sit in the office and maybe 30 minutes every time he come in.
And what were you working at? You were working at Champion, which is what? Motorhomes?
No, that's where I work now.
Oh, well, don't tell us where you work now. No one needs to know that.
Oh, I'm not worried about it.
Well, I don't want anything to happen. You know, people are crazy.
But
you worked with him at your previous job then?
Yeah, he used to be MCI. New Flyer brought him out.
You what?
I said it used to be MCI. New Flyer bought them out.
Oh, okay. And what did Mr. Bowersox do there?
He was more of like an office guy, but he would come out into our area, you know, lunch, you know, and just BS around and talk. I mean, he was a pretty friendly guy, but he was just weird in his own way. Like, he seems like the type that would go crazy and mental and shoot the damn business up.
Damn, those are some pretty strong feelings there.
I mean, I'm just being straight up 100% with you. And I mean, I had a conversation with a buddy of mine that, you know, worked there as well. And he said, as soon as I was telling him the situation, he knew nothing about it. He said, that son of a bitch had something to do with it. I said, oh, I know.
So you knew about the situation with Nina and her baby with Chris?
I didn't know much about it until, you know, he would mouth off about it, you know, and then whenever I started watching, you know, the stuff about Sebastian, and I heard her talking about him, I was like, she has to be the one.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only one I know of in that time. That's the only kid that I know of in that time frame.
I've got someone in chat, I think that's addressing you, Matt. Their name in here is Subaru Steve. And they said, no, 45 years married, never said such a thing, Matt. Does that mean anything to you?
45 years married. I'm only 45 years old. How the hell could I be married?
I don't know. I didn't understand. Then I said, who are they or who are you? And they said, how do I answer that question? So I don't know. I didn't know if that was someone maybe you knew.
It said, what was that? Say that one more time.
So
45 years married?
Yeah. So you said you were talking about Powered by Cox. And then he piped up, no, 45 years married, never said such a thing, Matt. I don't know. He's saying he never said that about his wife, I guess.
I never said Steve, the one that said that. I said, you know, someone there made that, you know, used that for him. And I said, he seems like that type of guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you're just giving your personal opinion with...
I never brought Steve or any... I don't know what he's referring to there. Or
do you know a Steve?
If he...
That would be...
I know several Steves.
I mean, one that would be following this mess.
Maybe, but he would know that I wouldn't be referring to him on anything.
Oh, Steve is saying he's been married 45 years and he's never said he would off his wife.
Oh, I was like, wow, I'm confused here. I don't know how I said anything about Steve.
Yeah, I'm confused as well. I'm sorry. Okay, so let's talk more about, have you ever met Chris?
Yeah, I have met Chris. at one of like when they had the Christmas dinners and stuff. I've met him.
Just in passing, or did you ever have conversations with him?
No, we had conversations. I've met him. I wouldn't say over 10 times, but I mean, I've met, and I can say this: they're all pompous assholes. Every one of them.
Are they drinkers?
Are they what?
Are they drinkers? Do they like to drink and have fun? I mean, they look like they like to go on a lot of vacations. So do they like to?
They would drink wine and stuff, at the parties. But as far as, outside of that, I don't know.
So I mean, other than being weird, I mean, I guess I'm looking for more. What you mean by weird? I mean, is it just a vibe you get, or is his behavior strange?
I really don't want to go into it. I would rather email you.
Okay.
Do you have an email?
Yeah, absolutely.
Contact
No, absolutely, and
Sebastian.
I totally understand. It's a weird position to be
I'm
in.
not trying to put his business out there. I mean, just in case he's not involved,
Yeah.
he could get under,
Dude, I totally
But
respect that. I just kind of want to get
there's a
more
lot of
of
things.
an idea for just myself, like the dynamics.
Well, let me say, I don't know if you've seen my comment in chat. I've heard, I don't remember which podcast I was watching where one of the neighbors said that Chris called him the R word. I don't use that word, but called him the R word. And Terry is just as bad, if not worse, as far as making fun of this kid.
How about Terry's wife? Have you had any encounters with her?
Yes. I mean, probably about the same amount as Chris, maybe a little bit more, in passing when she would come in. And I mean, we would talk, 10, 15 minutes here or there when she would come in. And then, at the dinners and stuff, we would, all talk. But I mean, he's told me, talk to everyone there. Like, he would spill his beans to whoever. I mean, it was just like you needed an open ear to talk to. And I mean, I could try and get a buddy of mine to call in that, worked there a lot longer beside of Terry, like actually beside of Terry and under Terry, that knows a lot more than I do.
So did Terry talk about Sebastian? Did you know of Sebastian when you worked with him?
I just knew he referred to him as
that word.
I'm not going to say the word. Yeah. He used as the R word, idiot, is what he would call Sebastian.
Do you remember like a context he would use it in?
It was like whenever someone was talking about their kids, for example, if we were at in the break room and someone was talking about their kids and he was sitting there and he'd be like, my damn grandson, he's just I don't understand why he does some of the shit he does. He's that word idiot. And just go off on a tangent talking about, things he did or, talking about soiling his pants, unbelievable stuff that, a company, coworker shouldn't know that about your grandson. You shouldn't be talking about your grandson like that anyway.
Yeah. That's awful. And how did people respond to that?
I mean, everyone, it literally, blew everyone away. Everyone there, feels the same way that everyone that I've spoke with that either worked there or still works there has said the same exact thing that I said from the beginning, that they were involved. I truly feel like they were involved in this, and it was something pre-planned.
That's your theory, huh?
And just based off of the things that that man said, done, the things that I know he's done, they're very, very dirty. I mean, going as far as paying people to, for example, if you were Chris's ex, he would pay someone to come to, you know, your house, apartment, job, whatever, and just vandalize your car, cut your tires, whatever it may be, just to harm you and hurt you. And if he knew that, for example, like if you didn't make good money, what he considered good money, he would make it that much harder on you. He would make it, you know, do double of what he would normally do, because he'd be like, oh, I'm not just hurting them by their heart, I'm hurting them in their pocket too, and shit like that.
What do you think about Katie's position in this?
You talking about, like, what do I feel like if I feel like she's involved?
Yeah, like, I mean, where do you think she stands in this?
I think my honest opinion, I feel like her and Cassie have set, you know, down, playing something out, playing something out, and, you know, it happened.
Wow. I mean, we heard from Nina, the ex-wife, that, you know, Melissa Proudfoot was saying to run her over with the truck.
Oh, I'm telling you, I can have some people contact you to tell you some stories about what now this is coming from Terry telling us. Now, I don't know if it's 100% true. I never looked into it, but he's told us stories about, you know, things that he's done, and it's kind of shocking, and it makes you wonder, you know, how is this man not in jail, you know?
Is it something that bothered you before, or did you just never really think much of it and just think, oh, this guy is just a prick? And then when Sebastian went missing, it made you like look at everything, or?
To me, I thought a lot of it was just blowing smoke, you know, and a lot of us did, except for there's a few things that I knew he wasn't blowing smoke about. I've seen that with my own eyes, or seen proof of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But there's some things like, you know, paying someone to off your, you know, future ex-daughter-in-law, who is the mother of your grandchild. That's going a little far.
Yeah.
If you're being serious about it.
Well, I think it's very alarming to hear Nina's story and what all they went, you know, the trouble they went to.
Like I told you earlier, yes, I said that about my ex, you know, about doing that, you know, rather than divorce when we was going through the divorce, but it was strictly in 100% a joking manner.
Well,
you know,
yeah, I get it. But Matt, it's probably not something you want to say even jokingly. But you know, I mean, how many of us have heard the term cheaper to keep her? I mean, there's always, you know, things flung during a divorce.
Yeah. And I mean, I didn't say, I just said that to like my parents. That was it. You know, I didn't say it like anyone in public.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he would go on a tangent, and I mean, he said some of the most vile things about Kathy that, I mean, it just, when he's pissed, let's just say that.
Oh, so you're talking about Cassie, which is another ex-wife, right?
Did
you say Cassie?
Kathy.
Oh, Kathy. Okay, I'm sorry. He would talk shit about his wife, Kathy.
Oh yeah, he would when he like if for example if he come into work and they had an argument the night before, she was the dirtiest. I don't want to call a female that, but she was the dirtiest. You know,
Mm-hmm.
let's just say I'm just using that word. That's what he would say, and just I mean go off. You know, talking about everything under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
I want that bitch out of my life, you know, just on and on and on and nonstop. Now, this is around a group of people, you know, in the break room, there would be, 20 people in there, and this man's just sitting here spouting all bullshit like this in front of everyone, and everyone's looking at him like, this man's fucking crazy.
And if I didn't hear all these stories prior to this call right now, I'd think you were out of your mind. That people could not be that evil.
I promise I will email you some stuff that will probably shock you even more. And I'm going to see if I can have one person call you.
Okay.
The one that I support under Terry, and beside Terry. And,
okay.
I don't know exactly where he stands with Terry at this moment.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that.
Is he would rather speak with you off air, and then, you could record it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He might not want his identity to be known. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Let him know that if he wants to remain anonymous, that's fine.
But I can assure you, he knows a lot about that man. I mean, like I said, I know Terry. I know how he is,
mm-hmm.
and I promise you, he would be willing to, if you were a hitman or a kidnapper or someone,
mm-hmm.
he would be willing to pay you. Like if Katie and Chris was to bring up something about, I'm just using this for example, if they were sitting around talking and Chris said something about he can't take Sebastian anymore.
Mm-hmm.
He is the type of guy that would be like, you find someone, to get rid of them, I'll pay for it.
Right. Did you, okay, I don't want to derail you, but did you hear the story, Matt, about Sebastian being essayed under their watch, and that Chris didn't want his daughter around Sebastian? Have you heard that?
Did I ever do that before?
No,
before
at all.
Sebastian.
On YouTube here.
I just heard it after Sebastian went missing. I didn't hear of it before then.
Correct. That's what I mean. I don't know how much you've watched on YouTube. That's all. So with that being said, I mean, knowing what we know about the ex and his daughter, Faith, if this was an issue about Sebastian because CPS was involved and that may hurt Faith being able to come there, would that not be the same
Mm-hmm.
type of motive that they had against Nina in a sense?
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. And like I said in that super chat, Chris has said it in interviews. Katie has said it in interviews. And the biological father, Seth, has said it in interviews,
mm-hmm.
as well as reports. Excuse me. That TBI has showed them videos of Sebastian's bedroom light going on and off. Okay, if they've got a Ring video showing his light going on and off, how do they not have video of him walking out of the house? If he walked out the front door, which is where his room is supposedly on that side of the house, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what they
How
said.
do they not have people leaving?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I mean, in my opinion, I truly don't feel like he ever walked out of the house. I feel like he left that house through the garage and was taken somewhere else.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that he was made to sleep in the garage? What do you think about the mattress?
Now that would not surprise me with the way that them people are. I'm telling you, there's some dirty people that's very vindictive and will go extra lengths.
Mm-hmm. Matt, have you talked to
And like
the
I said,
TBI or to the Sumner County Sheriffs?
yes, I contacted them as soon as, I found out about this, and, I contacted the detective and left a voicemail with him and spoke with one of them. I don't remember which one. I've had to look through my text message.
But they did contact you back?
Yes, I did speak with the detective on that one. Because I just called in and told him that, I used to work with Terry and that,
Mm-hmm.
I knew Chris, met him and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And he did leaving a voicemail is what I'm referring to. And he called me back and I told him everything that I'm telling you.
What kind of questions did they ask you?
I mean, they asked me kind of what you're asking me. They asked me, I really don't want to get into that.
Okay.
I would rather email you that.
Yeah. I get it. I appreciate you stopping when, you don't want to go too far. And I do appreciate that.
I just don't want to, them to get mad at me for.
No, and I don't want that either.
So, or ruin anything with their investigation.
Right. And I don't want that either.
Like, I was telling another creator whenever he was like, "Are you sure?" I said, "I can send you my credentials where I work with that man. I don't care. I'm not hiding anything."
You're telling the truth. I believe you, Matt.
I was like, and, I sent him everything, and he was like, "Now, what was he like?" And I told him, I said, he was excuse my language, but he was a dickhead that thought he was, better than everyone else, but then, would sit there talking about hiring a hitman for, his ex future daughter-in-law.
Crazy. What do you think about their trip to Alaska, the Bowersox?
That's very weird too. I find that very weird. The timing of that, from what I've heard, that it was right there, right as Sebastian went missing. I don't know exactly when it was.
Yeah, I don't either, to be honest.
But I can tell you this, it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't have him hid somewhere with, a family member in another state or possibly even Tennessee. They're that grimy and dirty people.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your testimony to that. I mean, it takes a lot to come forward and speak out about people that, know who you are. Are they going to be angry if they hear you up on a YouTube panel, do you think?
I don't give a shit. I said my piece to them the day I walked out of that building.
Good for you. Matt, do you know Bobby Worsham? I guess he owns the Beach Market across the street from Beach High School.
That name sounds very familiar, but the Worsham name sounds familiar, but off the top of my head,
I just wondered.
I'm better with.
I just wondered. I guess there was camera footage from that store across the street from Sebastian's high school, and Chris went off when someone mentioned that his mom was caught on camera at Worsham's. And, it was the PI, I think, that mentioned Worsham's or something.
And this was close to the time frame of when he went missing.
This was the morning of. He was called out about his mom maybe being seen on camera at Worsham's, and he got very angry about that and cut her off, and they stopped. I can't remember the exact wording, but it was strange. And then to see Katie's SUV is very similar to his mother's.
That's awful weird, her being there, right there.
Erica Hartman corrected me. She said it's the morning that he went missing at 5:48 a.m. Mrs. Bowersox is allegedly seen on camera at the store.
See, I didn't know that. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it surprised me. And Chris Proudfoot and Katie can act like, they've got money all they want, but they didn't pay a damn thing for that travel trailer, RV, whatever you want to call it, that came from Terry.
So what's the story on that?
Terry was, that's what, MCI and, the new company that purchased them out is. It's a company in Champion. We deal with like, at Champion, we do like the big buses, like, that carries the football teams to the stadiums and all that. Like, we do North Carolina State, all the kind of, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina area buses and RV stuff like that. But, that RV travel trailer, whichever you want to call it, that come from Terry. 100%.
Do you know anything about like them traveling at all? Do you know anything about the Bowersox traveling in a trailer and going anywhere? They ever take vacations in their travel trailers?
They've taken quite a few. I'm talking about, I don't even know how many. I couldn't even tell you how many. I mean, it was, I would say, a minimum of 5 a year when I was there.
Do you think that they could have went to Grandfather Mountain on one of their trips?
Grandfather Mountain, coming North Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, that's not too far from their area.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Mm-hmm.
And if she was there at that store the morning he went missing, if the dogs didn't hit on anything and there's no video of him walking out of that house,
right,
where the hell could he be? It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. TBIs, they're not shit.
Right. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that, because we hear that way too much on YouTube.
I mean, look at the blonde-headed little girl. I can't think of her name.
Summer
She
Wells.
went missing a few. That's Summer Wells. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but her parents. I mean, I don't know everybody else's opinion on that, but I know what my opinion is on it. And TBI couldn't crack that.
Right. Why do you think that is, though?
You're talking about why they couldn't crack the Summer Wells or whatever her name is.
Yeah.
I feel like her parents had something to do with that.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like Sebastian's case is similar or no? As far as being like sitting for 3 years unsolved.
I feel like, I don't know, something just tells me that the FBI may come in and, do a little digging around and come across something, I guess you could say, that's going to open the case wide open. And maybe that picture that was posted all over, social media was Sebastian, and they can trace whoever that is down,
Mm-hmm. I did see on WSMV today that they talked to Chief Deputy Eric Craddock, and they said the sheriff's office has continuously followed up on leads, but there was no credible ones from the photo. I do appreciate you, giving us what info you feel comfortable, sharing.
I wish I would rather email you the other stuff just because, like I said, in case, it doesn't turn out to be them. I don't want to have him to, and, doing all this and that because I know how he is. I know the person he is, but I will gladly email you some stuff and some pictures and some screenshots or I'll do screen recording so you don't have photoshopped anything. Because I know you was worried about a sound box or whatever. And I just want you to see some of the stuff that this man will text people.
Okay.
Now, these texts aren't to me. These are to another individual. But I just want you to see the things that he says.
The tone.
About people that piss him off.
Okay. I appreciate that. And just let me know anything that you don't want me to share publicly because I respect, your wishes on that. I wanted to ask you though, did Terry ever talk about Chris and him being in the military or his crane operating skills? Like he was proud of him? What were the dynamics as far as you could see between Terry and Chris?
Chris was on a pedestal in Terry's eyes, in my opinion, that could do no wrong.
Wow. So he would talk proudly of Chris.
I mean, it could be, when the things went on with him and Nina there, when they were going back and forth, and the TPO went out, or the restraining order, whichever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
He has an excuse for everything for Chris, no matter what it may be. Like, I would be willing to bet my salary for 1 year that at that place right now, he is up there just fine. Oh, I can tell you right now, Chris isn't in on it because he was here, he was there. Just come. He would never do anything to that kid, even though he would get mad and calling them silly words. That's just that's how he talks. He'll say silly words.
Had Terry ever given you any thoughts on Kathy's ex-husband, Mike?
That I have no clue.
No clue.
I don't know anything about that. He's never really. I never paid that much attention to it anyway.
Right.
If he did.
Right.
Just say that.
Right. I'm sorry, I'm kind of echoing. Can you turn your speaker down just a touch? If you don't mind. It's just echoing a little bit.
Sorry.
It's okay. That's better. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, but I wish I could go into more, but it's just one of them things that I'm a little nervous to go in because people don't know how that man is. He will, I'm sure I'll receive some type of threat for this, but trust me, I'm not worried about it in the least whatsoever. I don't want to go too far to where he can get me civilly,
No, I hear you. You're being smart.
But, what I'm telling you, like I said, that's my opinion on it,
I appreciate
I
that.
didn't say that he did it, I just said that's my opinion, that they're involved and it's premeditated.
Wow. Well, I look forward to your email. I mean, feel free to send me whatever you're comfortable sending.
And whenever I speak, I'm going to call my buddy as soon as we get off the phone, and I will give you, if he says that, it's okay, he will talk to you.
Yeah.
I will.
You can text
I
me
will
right
put
here
his-
on this number, too, if you want.
The same one that I called here?
Yes.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay. Thanks, Matt.
Right.
You take
Yes,
care of
ma'am.
yourself and go enjoy your fam.
I'm going to try that.
All right.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You too. Bye. Wow. So what do you guys think? I feel like he was being genuine, man. I have no reason to doubt him. If he wanted to lie and bring it all in, he could have brought it all in, and he chose to hold back. So for that, I 100% respect you, Matt. Thank you so much for your call in. It's greatly appreciated. Wow. So we'll await that email and see what else we can find out. I mean, it's really bringing out, and that's what I've been saying, like the dynamics of these people is so important. And Nina really brought it all in when she came out with her story. I think we need to go back and revisit Nina's story as well. Like we did Nancy, I think we need to re-listen to this stuff. Kristen, I've missed you as well. Nah, I don't think that's Chris. It didn't sound like Chris at all. Trust me, I think I could pick up Chris. If he just fooled me, he's pretty good, but I don't think he is. I've been wondering where their people have been. Finally, someone has spoken out. I mean, I think people are tired of it. I think people are tired of these people's shenanigans. So they're coming out with just enough to try to get some movement. And I don't blame them. If I knew these people and I knew their history, I would be frustrated too. It's been over 2 months. They just don't sound like very good people, any of them, and they've showed us. So let's wait for Proudfoot to lose his shit and do another call-in wherever the hell he feels comfortable, and we will have to go from there. But I want to show you guys really quick before we end. Thank you for being here. It's been a long-ass stream, but we learned a lot today. This is the park that I was telling you guys about that per Nick Beres, Seth and his search team were at. It looks like it's an all-sports lake. It's huge. But there's also tons of, let me get these, the ugly socks. How could you even say that about that kid? Matt, document everything, everybody, everywhere. I agree. Miss Robin, hello. Look at these trails. But see, there's also campgrounds. But no, that he used to work with Terry Bowersox, which is Chris's stepdad. A regular panel with Espinoza Joy. I love Espinoza Joy. Espinoza, do you have a channel? But look at, couldn't you see the Proudfoot parked up here with their RVs camping? Unleashed said, I remember. See, that's why I want to watch Nina again. We got to revisit Nina. Let's do a poll. Do you think we should revisit Nina? It's hard to listen to. Give me a yes or no, and we'll plan that. Because I think that she holds a lot of the story. It is hard to listen to. I think they had a court date today as well. That park would take weeks. I know, so long to search. But do you see how these fifth wheels and that are parked up there? It's also a campground. It's a huge place. Look at all these outbuildings. And you know what's creepy? There's 3 or 4 cemeteries surrounding this entire property. Sarcasm, thank you so much. The long live got me to dub. Become a member, donated 20 members, reach ups and bond with this great community. Smash that like. Thank you, Sarcasm, for growing the community today. Nina's is long, I know. But do you guys see the cemetery? But there's just so much. There's just trees and water and I don't know. But they were there, per Nick Beres, searching this park. I wanted to show you guys the pictures of this place. I mean, they could have easily camped there at one point. Matt said they went on like 5 trips. There's another view of the cemetery. See those tombstones? There's the Welcome Center. But it's just so vast. And, you know, I could picture them when I was looking through these photos. I thought, you know how Chris makes fun of Sebastian for, you know, they make fun of him for not the bugs and he'll go, you know, just that rude interview. I can see them. And he always a swimming pool kind of kid. I could see them being at a campground with a lake like this and Sebastian not wanting to swim and them making fun of him. And it just hit me, man. It hit me in my heart. I could envision them. And then how he said Sebastian's never been in the camper. If they went camping, do you think that they made him sleep all alone in his own tent? But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things here to do. So I just wanted to show you guys that because I never heard they were searching any specific area other than the place that was close by. And then I saw Nick Beres when I was looking for the light or the Seth interview with Nick Beres. And I found Nick Beres reporting that they had searched here. So how could you ever cover all of this? Plus the water. Man, they need help. It's beautiful, but it's very, very scary to think about. Nancy has been helping Ellie for years. Oh yeah, I mean she's a lawyer. She's a lawyer, and she can get information that, you know, most of us aren't pervy to. My puppy's name, that was Summer. That was Summer Lou, baby son. There's a Zoom hearing in New Mexico at 8:30 Mountain today. So that would have been like 10:30 this morning. Chris's mom used to have custody of Faith when she was a few months old. I wonder why. Ooh, I don't like that. I know it is bananas. Hey, Jams. Okay, let's see. Yep, we'll revisit it. 85% of you say yes, let's do it. Did Sebastian sleep outside while they slept inside? Right. 059. So that's Thursday. Thank you. Oh, I'll show you on the map where it is, you guys. It's crazy. It's right between Nashville. Do you hear Summer? It's right between Memphis and Nashville. Watch. 3 hours and 37 minutes, doorstep to doorstep. Let's put in their address. 1008 Stafford. Welcome a little bit. Stafford Court. And then let's go Yogi, Bear, Jellystone. What town is that in? Mississippi. I don't know if that's going to take us to the right spot. Yeah, I know she has temporary custody right now. Okay, so oh, this has me walking. Is that where he was staying? That can't be right. It's got to. No, that's not the right one. What's the name of the Jellystone again? It's not Jellystone. What's it called? I love you too, Janine Saran. Horn Lake. Okay, thank you. I forgot Horn Lake. Okay. For us to take I-40. Thank you so much, Potato. Yes, light it up green, y'all. Thank you, Potato, for your generous super sticker and for thinking of Sebastian. This is the state park here. So if you were to drive from Horn Lake, Mississippi to Natchez Trace State Park and then to 1008 Stafford Court, it would be 3 hours and 48 minutes doorstep to doorstep. See, it's right on the way. It's right in between. What do you guys think? You guys, we have to meet the J4J411.live tip. You guys, we are so close to spinning the wheel. I want to give back to you. Where are we? Mods, get that link up there. Let's finish this out so we know we're spinning this week. We are only $82 away from spinning that wheel, guys. I can't read that. I'm blind as an old grandma bat. But I want to spin that wheel for you. You guys have reached the other ones, and I want to give back. We're going to be giving away some designer purses. We're going to be giving away, Duck just got a spot on the wheel. We're going to be giving away some J4J merch. We're going to be giving away some other goodies that we have over here. So how you get in on that? You get 2 spots by using www.j4j411.live/tip. Yeah, I don't know what brought them to that location, but isn't it interesting, guys? Isn't it interesting? I mean, maybe Fuckfoot stopped there because remember he tried to cover himself by saying that he stopped when he went back to get his camper or some shit, or I don't know. He said when he was going back and forth that his ass was putting flyers up. Remember, he said he was going on the on and off ramps. We went over that, I think, yesterday. That he said he was going on the on and off ramps. But if you look, where is that damn park now? you see all these cemeteries around it. Hold on. Let me get rid of these. All right, check this out. So you have this big Duck River that goes down over here too. Ugh. And they're so confident about him not being found as well. But all around here, see this one? Dameron Cemetery. Robertson Cemetery. Miracle Cemetery. Milton Cemetery. I think there's Johnson Cemetery. This whole park is surrounded by cemeteries. Look at Leicester Cemetery, Beasley Cemetery. Why are there so many? Carey Cemetery, Hedge Cemetery, Small Cemetery, Lovell, Morris, Historic Farmville Cemetery. What is this? Beach Life, thank you for becoming a member. And thank you, Darcy. I mean, these are literal cemeteries all around there, dude. Look. They're just small ones, but there's cemetery after cemetery. Is this normal in Tennessee? Did families just have their own? Like, look at Dodge Cemetery. Dameron. We're back to Dameron, but there's just... Look at Blount Brewer Cemetery, Enoch's Cemetery, Key Family Cemetery. You're awesome. I've just never seen such. Berry Olive Graveyard, Lewis Cemetery. These are all surrounding this park. And then you have this Beach Lake, Beach River. This is all off of I-40. Here's another RV park right here, too, at that same exit. I don't know, guys. It's a little weird. It's a little weird. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. We're spinning that damn wheel. Ooh-wee. That was I was looking away. You guys are rock stars. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We got Ben coming in hot. We've got, who else? Teresa. Hi, Teresa, babe. And Leah and Potato. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. We're going to spin the wheel this Friday, so you're going to want to be here Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
We have another birthday. I ain't either, sweet crazy. Hells no. Or Annie, I am not. I don't think he's at St. Jude's. I don't believe that. He wouldn't have the balls to do that. All right, happy birthday, Jane. I did. Thank you so much, Teresa. I just said it. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. It didn't work. Yes, you can use PayPal on that site. I'll find out about the mortuary thing if I can from maybe anyways, happy birthday.
Go, shorty. It's your birthday.
happiest of birthdays to Jane. I hope you have a great day today. Maybe you can, I don't know, do something nice for yourself.
Flung.
Thank you guys for wishing her a very happy birthday. If you guys have any information you want to email, the mods will put that in the chat. I'm going to look more into the search that went on here and see if there's any more articles on it or anything. But I appreciate you guys. We'll be live again tomorrow, and hopefully we can go over Nina tomorrow. And anything else that happens between now and then. Let's all keep it cool. Let's keep it green for Sebastian until the young man is brought back home. Thank you guys for your support. We will be spinning that wheel. Oh, no, we won't yet. I thought we made it. We're $23 short. So if y'all make that happen by Friday, we will be spinning it. And this is the wheel. It's the best I can do, but I love you guys, and I always want to give back when I can. Thank you so much for today, guys, and hearing me out. Whew. Thank you, James. Let's roll our credits. I love you, beautiful people. I'll see you tomorrow. Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was stuff long and slung and flung.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real.
Did I ask them to do that?
You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time. Shall we play a game? Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on coke.
I don't want Jennifer or two Jennifers. Jennifer loves horses. Bring it all in.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Bye, Jennifer.
I've been through the desert on a horse.